Peanut butter. There you go. Got to bribe the talent. That's one of her favorite things. There we go. Oh yeah, now she'll settle in. Usually when Ken tries to do this, he gives her best back. She gives her best backside. So we'll start. If I can get the attention of the camera. Hi, I'm Steve Thompson, president of Emery Thompson Machinery, and welcome to our continuing series of Make It Fresh. Here today with Jeff from Fruitland, Florida. Jeff, we call him Tie-Dye Jeff, owns Mystic Adult Ice Cream and Ices up in Fruitland Park, and a fabulous place. You should contact him and go see it. And today we're going to show you how to make different products, ices, ice cream, gelato, and try to answer any questions that you have. A couple of quick ground rules. You're more than welcome to get up and walk around anytime you want. If you go outside, please don't take Sadie with you. But feel free to walk around. And if you have a question, rather than wait till later where the question might get lost, just ask us right away. Just put your hand up and say, hey, what about this? And we'll stop what we're doing and do our best to try to answer your question. Come on in.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hello, gentlemen.
We're going to try to make some different products for you. I'm going to pass around the first flavor that I'm going to make. I make strange stuff, and Jeff makes good stuff. So between the two of us, you'll get to see the strange
Good
and the
and strange.
Yeah, good and strange. That's us. So I'm going to make something I've never made before. I don't even know if it's going to work, but it's become a popular, trendy flavor, and so we'll see how it goes. Avocado gelato. I want to point out, because I'm a Oreo cookie and mint chip and cookie monster type of person, and that's what Jeff specializes in. But a friend of mine also made here one time a pear and ricotta gelato. And you know, people go over to Italy and they think, oh, it's great ice cream and gelato, and they forget that they're on vacation and everything tastes great. But he made pear and ricotta, and that's an interesting combination. And you try a taste of it and you say, oh wow, that's really something. And then you try another taste and you go, yeah, that's really interesting. Would you like a third taste? Hey, you got any mint chip? And that to me is what happens a lot with gelato, but I'm going to do it anyway. We're going to make this avocado. I've taken some very ripe avocados and mashed them up this morning. That's how I spend my mornings. And we're going to run it in the new little CB200 batch freezer, which is a 3-quart batch freezer, 3 quarts finished capacity. And let me see, I think I'll need a spatula. And the recipe that I've handed out to you, and Ken's going to put up on the website so you'll be able to see it. 3 to 4 very ripe avocados, 21 ounces of coconut milk. So Paula went out and got me that last night. And we'll measure that out. Let's see, 21. Okay, we'll pour that in. Sadie, did you finish already? Maybe you can pick that up and take it into Paula. She'll help you get the rest of the peanut butter out of the jar. Let's put in the avocado. Okay. And let's see what else it calls for. I'm going to use 9 ounces of a gelato blend. By gelato blend, I mean a combination of milk, cream, skim milk, and sugar. That's basically what's in ice cream and gelato. Milk, cream, skim milk, and sugar. And rather than mix it up ourselves, we're buying in large quantities if we're an ice cream parlor, so we have the dairy do it for us. These ingredients came out of the cow yesterday. They're absolutely fresh. The only difference between you going to the supermarket and buying milk, cream, skim milk, and sugar is the dairy does it for you, and they do it in large quantities and then deliver it in these bladders, 2.5 gallons, all refrigerated ever since it came out of the cow, and very easy and very precise. And what we're always looking for in any food industry, when you say, is consistency. If I only come to your store once a year when I'm on vacation, and I remember how great your key lime ice cream was, I want it to taste just like it did a year ago. So that's what you're always aiming for, I know.
Absolutely.
And so am I. 9 ounces of the blend. Let's see, will that work, Jeff? There we go. Okay. Pretty close. That'll work.
And pretty close is good enough.
Yes, it is, because it's not rocket science making this.
So much for consistency.
Yeah, well, it's close enough. I mean, a chef never makes the same menu exactly the same. Lemon juice. Do you happen to have a knife?
Yeah.
Thanks. Good morning. And we'll put in some lemon juice.
The pits.
That's okay, the pits are good. That makes it homemade. Paul, you want to get Sadie, please? No, Sadie, you're finished. Those are not for you. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to stir this up. See if we can blend it a little bit. I know, it's pretty, looks more like pea. Yeah, it is pretty disgusting, isn't it? It's kind of like pea soup.
Yes.
Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sanitize the machine. We were running it early this morning, and as long as I don't open the machine up, I don't have to re-sanitize, but I want to show you what this is about. This is a product called Sterasheen, and it's called Sterasheen Green Label. It's basically a chlorine product in the simplest form of sanitizing, and sanitizing is to kill off any bacteria that might be in the machine from just sitting around. The simplest way to do this, if you don't have Sterasheen or some other sanitizer, is a cap, not a cup, but a cap full of Clorox bleach to a gallon of water, and that will sanitize your machine. But I like to have the commercial ones around to show the health department, and we're just going to run a rinse through there. It doesn't get better looking, does it?
No.
It's not improving.
And now the instructions call for us to dump this out and start over.
All right, so we're going to go over here to the 200.
You want to leave this on here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure the gate's closed. Jeff, you laugh, but you've probably done it. You're pouring product into the machine, and it's going all over the floor and all over your feet, and you're looking, oh, why is the machine leaking?
I've done it here.
And he's thinking obscene things about me and my company because the machine leaks, and then you realize you've left the discharge gate open from the last batch, and that's why it's going all over the floor. So we just put a little water in. We're turning on the dasher or beater only, no refrigeration. The reason no refrigeration is there's just water in here right now, and if I turned on the refrigeration over here, it's going to make a giant ice cube. So because we need something to freeze, we need coconut milk, we need regular cream, we need sugar in the case of sorbets and Italian ice, something to freeze in the machine. Water will just freeze solid. Now, when we pull product out of the machine when it's ready, we're going to leave it spinning to help push it out because the ice cream will be thick. But with water, it's so thin, if I open it right now, we'd all get a bath. So we turn off the refrigeration. And if you follow the directions carefully, you don't have to rinse. You can just go on to making your ice cream, and you can make ice cream all day long. However, I don't follow directions and I didn't measure, so I'm just going to do a quick rinse through there.
You're welcome to try this in its natural state before we put it in the machine. Anybody?
Jeff,
I'm sure it'll be delicious.
How much is in there? Oh, it looks at 2 quarts. Okay.
A little less than 2 quarts.
Very good. Now, obviously, in your kitchen, without 25 people watching, it's a lot easier to do this
Why is that?
because you can spill all over the place. And you keep a mop handy. All right, here we go. And later on, if you like, we can take this machine apart and show you what it looks like. It's got very few moving parts. And all our machines are built the same. We build the 3-quart. They're all based on finished capacity. 3-quart, 6-quart, 3-gallon, and 6-gallon, and then 11-gallon. And they're all built the same. They all use the same materials, designs. So whether you're running our biggest $36,000 machine or this machine, our smallest, they're all built of the same technology and designs, all designed to last 45 years or more.
We have bowls and spoons for everybody
Yes, they should be.
over there on the table. Okay. Okay.
Jeff, pouring this in without spilling is like going for the winning shot at Pebble Beach on the 18th green. The pressure is on. It looks like pea soup. Okay.
I got it, thanks.
Turn on the beater or dasher. We call it dasher. Dasher is an old-fashioned term for beater. Turn on the refrigeration, and we're going to set this for about, we'll set it for 7 minutes and take a look. And there it goes. Now, instead of standing around just watching it run, when you're in the ice cream business, what you'll do is go back to your workstation and start preparing your next group of flavors. So like Jeff is getting ready now to make up his next batch, and that way you're getting your work done in short a period of time as you can. Any questions so far? Jeff, did you have any questions?
Yeah, what's that going to taste like?
Well, that I don't know. I haven't tried it. I don't think it'll be.
You've never tried that?
I've never tried it.
Where'd you get the recipe?
I don't even know if it'll freeze. Where did I get the recipe? I think it was in one of Paula's ladies' magazines. Figures. Great source of making ice cream. So we'll let that run.
Why don't you tell them about the air-cooled, water-cooled?
Good idea. Okay. This is, inside here is what's called a condensing unit. Sometimes you hear about a compressor, the compressor in your central air conditioning, the compressor in your refrigerator. That's just part of the what makes it work. It's called the condensing unit. And you have to cool the condensing unit. In your house, you have your refrigerator in your kitchen, and it's a very tiny condensing unit, about 1/8 horsepower. A little thing like this. This is 1 horse, 2 horse, 3 1/4 horse. They get really big. Your home refrigerator is very small. It's down in the bottom, and it's sucking in air from the front and blowing it out the back. And it's so small you don't even notice it. But that's how you're cooling the engine or the compressor in the machine. Here we're using air cooled, so it's pulling in air from the sides and blowing it out the back. And that's how we cool it. This particular model is designed for high-end restaurants. And if you've ever been in the kitchen of a high-end restaurant, it's not someplace you want to live. They're usually 110, 120 degrees. Things are getting bumped around and knocked, And we designed this with not only the fan motor for the compressor, but there's a separate fan motor just for the drive motor. So this thing is really going to keep itself cool. Now when you get into bigger machinery, and the CB350 is the same way, it's twice the size, 6 quarts every time you run it, and that's also air cooled. It's pulling in air on this one from the front and the sides and blowing it out the back. When you get into the larger machinery, like this is one that Jeff has, then we can go air or water. We can pull in air and blow it out the back like these, or we can hook it up to a water line and cool the compressor or the engine using just regular tap water. So when this runs, water will then turn on automatically to the machine, circulate around the engine, and then come back out to the sink. So of course your first reaction is, oh, that's wasteful of water. Well, yes it is. And the amount of water that uses is minimal. We use the most efficient engines that we can buy, all American made. But it really isn't as inefficient as it sounds to use water cooled. If you're on a city sewer system anywhere in the world, you'll probably go water cooled. Why? Because we have this room now at 75 degrees. These little machines aren't going to affect the room, but this one in air cooled will take a 75 room up to 85 or 90 in about an hour, hour and a half. And that means you've got to increase the air conditioning. Water is expensive, but water is expensive and staying even. Sewer is now charged with water too. So you say, oh, I got this high water bill. Well, when you put an air-cooled version in of these bigger machines, your electric bill goes up, and of course your electric is tied to fossil fuel. You know how that's going every day. It's up, up, and up. I think it's $102 a barrel right now and always climbing. So your air-cooled cost to run the machine increases over weeks, months, years, geared to the price of oil. So why would you ever buy air-cooled? Because you're in Los Angeles where they have water restrictions. They say you can't run a water-cooled machine. You're in the Caribbean on Jamaica or St. Martin or St. Bart's, and there is limited water, so you don't want to waste precious drinking water cooling a machine, so you'd use air-cooled. I have a lady up in the Boston area. You would think she would be on water-cooled, but she's right next door to a cranberry bog, and they didn't want the wastewater, the hot wastewater going into the cranberry bog. So there are times when you use water-cooled machinery and times when you use air-cooled. And you won't know until you have your location and decide what you want to do. Let me just see how this looks. That's freezing pretty fast. Let me just take a quick look. That's almost ready. That's going to be less than 5 minutes.
It's those avocados.
It's those avocados, yeah. Do you want to get a spoon and try it first?
Sure.
Okay, you're the brave man. All right, here we go. It's all yours.
Mmm, delicious.
Yeah, you didn't even
really
eat it yet.
is good.
You didn't even eat it yet. He's not throwing up. All right. Then we're going to turn off the refrigeration.
Some foods are an acquired taste.
Okay, and then we're going to let it out. Well, perhaps if you were not a hippie but a yuppie up in
Right, because they
Manhattan,
eat grass.
you would
Right.
eat it. That's right.
That's what it is. Kale.
Can I have a spoon? May I have a spoon? I'll try it.
Sure. Take a nice big spoonful to get the full effect.
Thanks. It's cold.
It is cold.
And it tastes like avocado.
It certainly does.
If you wanted avocado ice cream, it's darn good. How's that for an answer? All right.
As with most things, sugar's the great panacea.
Yes, that's right. So let's get you a close-up of what that looks like. And that's the avocado.
Look at them rushing the desk. Hold on now. Just wait a minute.
Do you want to try it? No?
You don't want to try
All right,
it?
you're going to try it. Come on
Of
up.
course, you've got to try it.
Come on up. You gotta live dangerously
You
and try
have to
things.
know what avocado ice cream. Where are you going with my spoons?
I got better ones. Here we go.
Okay.
Now, this way you can say, I tried avocado.
Correct.
I'm an avocado lover, so.
Oh, there we go.
You mean you were an avocado lover? I'll give you a lot because you're an avocado lover. You know, I'm really happy that you're all trying this
Sir,
because next is mine.
Yes.
thank you so much.
Easy, only one scoop right away.
She might like it. Thank you. Okay.
Actually, I think if we go this way, it'll make life a little easier.
This came out at about a 20% air content. That in overrun terms, that's 40%. Keep in mind also that when your employees go to
Ooh, you
scoop
got a
it,
big piece
they're
of
knocking
avocado in
additional
there.
air out of it.
That's the best part.
I don't see anybody running for the water cooler.
Thank you.
See, Jeff, you got to give them something like this so they can appreciate
Well,
what they
that's
get
why
when
I'm
they have
happy. See how
yours.
happy I am?
Yes, I know, because you know you can. do
Everybody
better.
have some? There's take-home available.
Now, if you're thinking about 3-quart versus 6-quart, here's your answer. This was filled a little less than halfway, and we just fed everyone in the audience. That's not a large amount. If you're running a high-end restaurant like the River Cafe or Four Seasons, it's a perfect amount because you want to make small batches this evening for your clientele. If you're running an ice cream parlor, that small amount, we just ran out.
Yes.
And we still have a line of 40 people waiting to get the avocado.
Get those avocados.
Get those
picking.
avocados while you can. All right, Jeff. Jeff's recipes. He's gonna, if you want to write it down, and follow what he's doing.
The first thing we'll make today is the most amazing coconut ice cream you've ever had. Coconut ice cream. Now, my philosophy, in case you don't have my book or have been through my boot camp, my philosophy is that all the ice creams can be made by going supermarketing rather than ordering jars and cans of extracts and flavors and syrups. So that's what I do, and that's what's made my business so successful. I go supermarketing. And by the way, put your recipes on little index cards and then get a laminator, $49 at Sam's Club, and laminate them. And there you go. I keep them in a card file, and they're laminated. Nothing goes wrong with them, and there you go. Perfect. So today we'll make coconut ice cream. We'll start with coconut ice cream. And what we're going to do, hello. What we're going to do is use 5 quarts. I'm making everything in half batches today. Normally at my store we use a full bladder, which is 10 quarts, but today I'm using half bladders, which is 5 quarts. So we'll put 5 quarts in here. The next thing is sugar, which would even make the avocado ice cream taste better, wouldn't it? So sugar, we're going to use 28 ounces of sugar. Now, interesting, with these machines, it's remarkable. You don't even have to pre-mix anything or pre-chop anything. These Emery Thompsons, and believe me, I don't work here, I don't sell the machines, they're amazing. You can just dump all your ingredients in, turn it on, and you have ice cream. And wait till you taste the ice cream, it's pretty amazing. The only thing I do is I try to put liquid in before I put my solids in. I just don't want the corrosion factor of sugar or anything right on the blades. So first I put in this. Now there's only 4 ingredients to this amazing ice cream. The ingredients are the ice cream mix, and I use a 10% mix. Sugar, shredded coconut, right from the can in the store, and coconut milk, also right from the can in the supermarket. So that's our ice cream. What are you doing, sanitizing?
Yeah,
Okay.
just finishing up now.
Okay, so we are pretty much ready to go on this. As soon as he sanitizes the machine. Now, when you're doing this in your store, line up your recipes so that they flow. Chocolate being the last thing. I make an ice cream that's called Frankenstein. It's in the book. It has chocolate, chocolate chips, and chocolate fudge. And that's the last thing I make. My nutty fudge is right there too. That's super chunky peanut butter, fudge, chips, all that stuff. But those are the ones that you'll find hardest to get out of the machine easily. But I'll show you a trick for that later too. How to make your machine sparkling clean without any hassle. Okay, we ready?
Yes, one thing, this is the sanitary water that I've been cleaning the machine with. I'm going to keep it off to the side here for Jeff so that anything that's going to come in contact with the ice cream, a spatula, a spoon, or whatever, he can just dip it in here. It's now sanitized, and then he can work with it. So after you sanitize your machine, just set it aside and you'll have it ready to go.
Now, if Steve didn't sabotage my recipe by leaving the sanitation in the machine, it'll taste good.
Oh, I rinsed
Did
it
you?
out. I rinsed it out.
How do you know? I didn't know you got it all out.
The barrel is pitched forward ever so slightly. So even when the machine's on a level surface, we have a slight pitch to it when we manufacture it. So it will drain completely.
Before you add everything else, the mix I add with the machine off, I close the top and I put the machine on without the refrigeration. What are we running, 170?
Yeah, now explain to him what you've got there.
Okay, this is the infinite overrun, and my ice cream, most ice creams will run about 170, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm going to set this up to 170. And all that means is how many revolutions the dasher is making per minute in the machine.
That's right.
Yes, that is right. So 170 will give you, well, you'll taste it, all right? No sense talking about it. While it's running, then I add things like sugar or chips or nuts or whatever, because it's running. It's not going to have a chance, the sugar, to sit there and corrode or get into anything. So that's what I do. This isn't going to work, is it?
Oh, you can do it.
No, I think I'll use this.
Or I can give you a smaller plastic container.
No, this is fine. I'm adding the sugar that we measured out before. When I'm at my home base, I try to buy bowls that have a squeezability factor. So whatever I add in that, I squeeze it, it makes a perfect spout and I can pour stuff in. But here I'm in the field. This is tough.
It is. This is a 12 quart. It's going to make one 3-gallon tub. While Jeff's doing that, I'll just tell you quickly about the infinite overrun. Jeff set it at 170 RPMs. This is something I invented 11 years ago, and it's exclusive to Emery Thompson. It allows you with one machine to make everything from frozen custard to gelato to Haagen-Dazs up to, say, a Breyer's ice cream. And of course all the sorbets, fresh fruit sorbets, Italian ice, because we can vary the speed. It sounds very simple, but it's actually a complex system, and that's why no one has copied me. Complex in theory, very simple in manufacture. But if you take heavy cream and put it into a bowl at home and you stir it with a whisk, it's going to remain heavy cream. If I take the same mix and take an electric mixer and put it in at high RPMs, it turns into whipped cream. Same theory here. The faster or slower we spin it will change the air content of the ice cream. Now, air content is a good thing. It's your profit, it's your taste. Sometimes we get people in here who say, well, I want an ice cream with no air content. Well, that would be like eating lard. And what I like to tell people is nobody ever walked out of an ice cream parlor and said, you know what, that's the best damn air content I ever ate.
Right.
They don't eat air content, they eat flavor. But with that said, if your intent is to make gelato, a low air content ice cream, you just turn the revolutions down to about 130. Jeff's making a super premium ice cream. He's running at 170. If I was making ice cream, say, for my beloved Yankee Stadium, where all they want is something cold and not good, I'd run at 234 full speed. If I'm doing the fresh fruit sorbets, I'm running at full speed.
Okay, what I've used is Ansel grated coconut. I tend to shop in ethnic markets a lot because the best desserts come out of ethnic markets. Anyway, the Latins are very big on coconut, and Ansell is a very good product there. So grated coconut, and then I use coconut milk as well. And what I've done is just taken the coconut milk and the grated coconut and whisked it up. Now we're going to pour that in, and then we're ready to roll. If you didn't get it all out of here, what do you think we ought to do?
Get a spoon.
Well, you can just let a little out in here, swirl it around, and in goes the rest. There's a million stories in the Naked City. All right.
Yes.
On the CB200, what revolutions is it? It only turns one certain revolution.
The CB200 is set at one speed to give us a 45 to 55% overrun, or 20 to 25% air content. And that's going to hit the range of almost every single product you'd want to make. Products like water ice, Italian ice, air is not a function. Because if you take Italian ice and pour it in ice cube trays and put it in the freezer, it'll expand 17%, because that's how much water expands. It's not going to do any more than that. So for Italian ices, sorbets, super premium ice cream, even down to gelatos, it's a perfect machine for that. The limitation is the size. You ready?
What's the yield on that?
3 gallon, 2.5 to 3 gallons. With the batch you made, it's going to be a 2.5. It would be a 2.5 gallon yield at maximum air.
Okay.
So you're going to be about 2.25 gallons.
Okay. Okay.
Turn it on.
Yes, it's all mixed now, right?
Yep. Now I'm going to set a timer.
The timer. Tell them about the timer,
I'll be
Steve.
glad to tell you about
And
the
why
timer.
don't you put a timer on your machine?
All right. There's a $6 timer. The way these machines are built, the way I build them to last 45 years or more, everything has got to be absolutely top drawer quality. Otherwise, I don't put it on my machines. The other thing is anything that goes on the machine has to have 2 qualifications, something you don't find ever in a Chinese machine. It must be NSF, that's National Sanitation Foundation, and it must be Underwriters Laboratories in order for it to be sold in the United States. So if I put a timer on here, which on the surface seems convenient, that $6 timer on this machine will cost $230. If it's then like the Italian machines tied into the refrigeration system and the timer goes bad, you're not only out $230, you're out about $150 service call, and your machine is down. It won't make ice cream. Here's a $6 timer. Now I have to backtrack and say, I own virtually every gadget known to man. I love gadgets. It takes me a half hour for Paul and I to get into our house through our security system, just because it's fun, in my mind. But I don't put gadgets on my machine. The infinite overrun control is not a gadget. It's an 11-year thought out plan to do something that no other machine does. But the timer, $6. If this breaks, I throw it away and go buy another $6 timer. So I'm not taking down the machine. I'm not adding undue expense to the machine. We try to keep it very simple and very reliable. So there's my $6 timer. My bookkeeper also gave me an ice cream cone timer. That works just as well. And so any one of these works fine. The other thing about this timer is it's portable. I said earlier that when you're getting one batch ready, when you've got one batch running, you get the second batch ready. We're over here preparing the next batch. So we're near the machine. We can take a look and see how it's doing. You should not be on the phone. You shouldn't be scooping ice cream. You shouldn't be talking to employees. But if something does drive me away from the machine, this is portable. I can take it with me. And if the batch is going to take, say, 8 minutes, I set it for 6. The bell goes off, I'm talking to Paula, and I know, oh, I have a minute to get back to the machine. So a little $6 timer is very helpful.
I have something to say about that.
Yeah.
As you'd expect.
Yes.
I don't leave the room when I'm making ice cream. Timers are timers. This machine is my bread and butter. I can't afford to let anything happen to it. I'm right there. I have a stool next to it. I have a book. I'm always reading. I'm always trying to learn stuff. So I'll sit there. I'll dedicate that 10 minutes to staying by the machine. If the phone rings, my phone is right here. It's okay, I guess, to leave the room with the timer, but it's just not something I would do, because sooner or later you're going to forget that timer, it's going to malfunction, it won't go off, and before you know it, you got butter.
A friend of mine in Massachusetts, Gary Friselli, Gary's Ice Cream, has a sign up above his ice cream room that says, "We love our customers, we think the world of you, but I'm making ice cream, go away." And that's basically what it is. You're saying, please, I'm here to produce what is the most important, critical thing to my business, is the product that this is making. And I don't want to mess it up like Steve does, so I'm going to stay right by the machine.
And my ice cream store is not open during the day. I'm only open at night from 6 to 10, 7 nights a week. And when I come in every day to make ice cream, I know you raised your eyebrows. It's a little weird. I'll get into that later. But I lock the door, and invariably I get people wanting ice cream during the day, of course, and they're knocking on the door and looking in, and I'm making ice cream. Usually I don't even answer it, because I have signs all over the windows, open every day 6 to 10 p.m. But if she's good looking, I'll open the door, and
I'm going to tell Rose.
I gotta be honest.
Rose, are you listening?
If she's pretty or single. What is that? Why are you doing that?
These are some of the flavors that he sells at his store in Fruit Loops, Florida.
It's not Fruit Loops Florida.
But this gives you an idea, and this is what he's making all day long to sell at night.
Also, I make 25 flavors of adult ice creams, which is probably 70% of my business. And they have wines, liqueurs, and alcohol. Amaretto fudge, Bailey's, Grand Marnier with white chocolate. Anyway, so the point is that I don't entertain customers when I'm making ice cream, because you can't leave it for a minute. It's your bread and butter, it's your life, so give it the respect it deserves. That's all. And if you have any questions, ask away, because one thing I really love to do is talk.
Yes. One thing I wanted to tell
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
What kind of areas do you work with? Where is it?
Well,
Can you repeat
I
the
work.
question, because the audience
okay, she
can't
asked,
hear.
what kind of area do I work in?
What's your market?
What's my market? I have a store a mile outside of the largest retirement complex in the world. It's 1 hour from here, and I get about 75% of my business from that market, and they're over 55, reasonably well-heeled economically, and they come to my store at night. The reason I'm only open at night is I don't want to deal with kids. That's really the whole thing. I'm 65 years old. Those days are gone. I haven't got patience. I barely have patience for you guys. I don't have any patience for kids, so I'm open at night. But I deal, and I get kids, obviously. You know, we're on a pretty good street, and I'm open every night, 7 nights a week. So we get kids. That's why I have employees. So that's the kind of area I'm in. I get retirement people. We're not golf cart accessible. They have to drive to my store. But that's it. Any other questions?
One little thing about Jeff's store that is interesting, because he is selling ice creams with some interesting blends in them.
Useless.
So, just time to check it. Jeff is, like you said, right outside of this retirement community. So when you get up in age like Jeff, your wife tends to take over, and Rose turns to Jeff and says, "All right, you can have 1 glass of wine with dinner tonight. That's it. After that, you're cut off." Those of us getting up in years have all heard that. So we have our glass of wine with dinner, and then we're sitting around, and it occurs to me, hey, Jeff's got that rum raisin ice cream that maybe it has a little bit of real rum in it, or maybe the raisins were soaked in rum. Hey, Paula, let's go out to Jeff's ice cream parlor and get some ice cream. Oh, great idea. So we're actually going out, and hey, Jeff, you got the rum raisin with the real rum in it? And so that's also an attraction. But we're going to talk later when we sit down about location and setup of the store. And one thing Jeff and I were talking about is it really depends on who your market is. You look at your market and say, this is who I'm targeting. He's targeting a retired community. Yes, you had a question?
Do you know how much liquor an ice cream have to, like, is there a certain percentage?
In Florida, there are 45 categories of liquor licenses. everything from a packaged goods store to a hotel to a takeout to a bar, a full bar, to a disco, to a club, to a hotel. So within those 45 categories, you find the category that suits you, and then you comply.
And
Very
every
simple.
state has different categories.
Every state is
like
different.
New York, where I'm from, has higher than most other states. But you check with the state. But for the most part, we've been buying from pastry shops for years, and they make a thing called a baba rum, which is literally soaked in rum. The health departments realize that you're not selling shots of liquor, you're selling an ingredient into the ice
Yeah,
cream.
there's veal marsala, there's...
Of course,
you know,
yeah.
all
You're
this.
not going to go overboard and put in 3 bottles of rum into 1 tub of this, but you can use it as a flavoring and well, you're supposed to go, yeah. You're using it as a flavoring and enhancement. So we'll leave it at that, and check with the local authorities, and if they don't arrest you, then
And if they don't barge in here any minute, we're good.
Yeah.
A little later, if we have time, we'll make one of my flavors with a Cabernet. It's a chocolate Cabernet. It's real popular these days, and it's very tasty.
You mean you're making something trendy and hippie? Or hip?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what Jeff's doing is he's just checking it, and if he opens the gate and closes it quickly like he just did, can you do that again for the camera? And it's oozing out. All right, see how it's oozing out? It's not quite ready.
It's ready when it breaks. When the that's what I found. When the ice cream breaks, you'll see it. It's hard to describe, but it breaks. It breaks from oozing down to breaking. The weight of the ice cream will break it, and you'll see a line over there. Then you know it's ready.
There was one company I won't mention, but Capajani used to have a control that they called the Hard-O-Matic. I mean, that alone was a little
Hard-O-Matic?
Hard-O-Matic. I think something went wrong. Don't laugh. Something went wrong in the translation. But the concept was, it was actually an invention that I had invented 10 years earlier. And what I did with my machine, besides not calling it something stupid like that, is it was an amp meter, and you could read the amp meter and see what the voltage was, the load on the motors. So this other company was saying, we can measure the load and we'll automatically shut off the machine when it gets to a certain amperage. That's fine in theory if you're always making vanilla ice cream. I've watched people with those machines all day long go back over and turn them back on. Because
And if you're making it the same time every day.
Same time every day in same conditions.
Right.
There's a lot of variables. It works, say, for vanilla. But when you go making something like the wine sorbet, the wine never freezes. It stays in suspension. It increases the freezing time. The amount of sugar in the product extends the freezing time. Vanilla might take 7.5 minutes. Strawberry could take 11 minutes because of all the fructose that the strawberries are bringing to the formula. So we don't want a machine that always cuts off at the same time. This is not an automatic process. I've watched Paula bake pies and cakes and things like that, and she sets the timer for 22 minutes. And then after 22 minutes, what does she do? She goes and sticks a fork in it, and if it comes out clean, it's ready. If it's not, she puts it back in the oven. And every recipe she does is different. So it's the same thing here. It's not rocket science. We're not dressed up in white coats with a spectrograph like the Italians trying to measure the density of God knows what. It's a simple, fun product.
That being said, it's critically important to know when to extract the ice cream. If you let it go 30 seconds one way, it's going to be like butter, and it won't taste very good at all. The consistency will be gummy. If you do it 30 seconds earlier, then you've got soupy ice cream, and you can't swirl fudge into it or anything at the end. So it is kind of important to know exactly when it's ready, and that's only going to come in 3 months after you've done it 100 times. See how it's breaking a little? You see that? It's breaking. It's almost ready. Almost ready. And before you notice, I'm sorry, Steve, before you notice that I poured it back in, I don't like to waste anything. I mean, there's $3 in there, so I don't want to waste it.
We're also on a first batch, so everything is warm.
Correct.
If you make a first batch of the day, the machine is warm, and there's no way to pre-chill the machine. It's going to get cold like that. But maybe it's, say, 9 or 10 minutes for the first batch. A second batch of the same flavor might be 8 minutes. A 15th batch will still be 8 minutes. It's not going to get colder and colder and colder. But if we make, say, 3 batches and then decide to rinse the machine, it's going to go back up to the original start time.
And never double dip.
Yeah.
Never double dip. You know what I mean? I mean, don't taste it and then and taste it again. I mean, that's creepy, isn't it? I'm from New York and we get skeeved out. Anybody know what that means? You get skeeved out? Ugh. Okay, I think see that nice clean break? Look at that, beautiful break. I let it go a tad much, like 30 seconds after the break.
Jeff, I was teaching a lady once how to make ice cream. We made about 15 batches one day. And she'd always take a spoon. She didn't double dip, but she took a spoon and tasted it. Now, this lady was already a little bit rotund to begin with. And I said, "Madam, did you mean to eat 15 ounces of ice cream today?" "Oh, I didn't do that." I said, "Yes, you did. You took one spoonful of every flavor we made. And you multiply that times 7 days a week, and in a year, you're going to step on the scale and say, what has this business done to me?"
Do you call people madam? Do you call people
only when
madam?
they're your age.
Oh, okay.
I kid him about his age. I'm 62, so that only puts us a couple of years
That's
apart.
all?
Oh, I'm much better preserved than you are.
That's because you use preservatives.
Exactly.
Hey.
What do you expect? Jeff's all natural.
Okay, what do you think? This is going to be good?
I can tell you it will be.
You know, I switched this at my store. I was coconut, one of my top sellers, and then I had a thought. If I swirl a little fudge in it at the end, I have Mounds Bar. So now Mounds Bar is my #1 selling ice cream. Okay, we are there. How does this work? Oh,
Yeah, you
that's
just push
it.
it down.
Oh, cool.
You can also up the speed to push it out the rest of the way. Can everybody see that okay? See how fast that flows out?
We'll get the rest of it in a minute. Okay, try this. Or don't try it. Look at
you're
them
doing-
running. Look at the stampede.
Now, how long does it take to set up?
Any sugar in the avocado ice cream?
No.
What
No.
is that gelato blend?
Milk, cream, sugar, and skim milk.
All right, so a small amount of sugar.
Very small. Yeah.
Amazing, excellent.
Oh.
Excellent with the avocado.
Oh, thanks.
Not
You
everyone's-
see?
What?
Not everyone's gonna love
He
it.
says excellent.
Really? The avocado, you liked it?
I only need one.
Not everyone's gonna love it, but
I only need one.
Wow, you got him. You got that guy.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
While Jeff's scooping that, just different things come to my mind, and I'll just throw them out. A lot of stores will sell ice cream. Jeff does one serving, one size, and it's wonderful for his store because he can move so many people through so quickly, and everybody's satisfied with the serving. If you're dealing with families, with children, and all that,
I'm glad you get my
the
sense
tendency
of
is to
humor.
do small, medium, and large. That's fine unless you are a bit on the heavy side and you're a little self-conscious and you'd like to have a large, but
Oh,
you're
go ahead.
saying to myself, well, I think I'll get a medium. I don't like small, medium, and large. I would like to have a signboard that shows pictures of 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops. And then people can buy what they want because it's human nature that you want to upsell yourself to a larger size, and that's good. We're here to make great ice cream. We're also here to make money. The whole purpose of being in the frozen dessert business is to have fun and make money. That's what our slogan is here at Emery Thompson. So it's just something I throw out that you can do 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops, or you can do small, medium, and large, whatever you think will fit your store. Now, Jeff, turn the speed up on that. He can now push the speed up to get the last bit out of the machine. And in reality, you should not stop the machine. You should take it all out at once. We're doing it today to accommodate everybody
Why
who's
is that?
here.
Why is
You
that?
don't want to stop it because you've got a heavy 40-pound mass of ice cream in there, depending on the size of the machine, more or less. And all the power is coming from the back of the machine. So the motor is strong enough to do it, but you could break a coupling in there if you're starting and stopping it. It's designed to get everything out as quickly as you can. A batch freezer is like your oven at home. You see that we've made 2 different flavors. Your oven at home doesn't have a brain. It doesn't know if it's making Jeff's ice cream or my avocado gelato.
Oh,
or,
it knows.
Or cherry. Hey, one guy liked it. Give me a break. Or we're making, lemon Italian ice. The machine doesn't have a brain, it's just going to freeze it. And we want to get it out of the machine as quickly as we can so that the first ice cream that he made is the same consistency as the last. Well, that looks good.
You didn't try it.
I will. I'm just going to take a spoonful. Probably about 22
The what?
serving temperature.
I don't know.
Freeze it back up, it has a soft serve texture right now.
When it comes out of the machine, it has a soft serve texture. That's a mistake that I get when people buy a brand new machine. They call up and they've frozen the machine up solid. For some reason, they think that the ice cream must come out of the batch freezer hard to scoop, like this, ready to serve. How are you going to get it out of the machine? So ice cream is processed into this soft state and taken out of the machine as quickly as we can, then we put it into a freezer. In fact, this might be a good time to go over some of the temperatures. Let me see if I can bring this up and we'll go over different freezing temperatures because people always ask.
You want to store this somehow?
Yeah, you want to put it in the white freezer?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any quart containers here.
We'll do it later. We'll pack it up later.
Okay.
Let's see, for ice cream, we're making the product coming out of the machine. Yes, question?
That's a quick question in regards to like adding other things to that coconut. Would you now swirl fudge into it?
Okay.
Well, what I do, if I'm using fudge, I make my own fudge. And what I do is I pour all the ice cream into these, I extrude it into these, and then I take my fudge and I do that, fold it, and then pour it into my gallon containers. If you're using nuts or chips, throw them right in.
I worked up two terms a number of years ago, fruit flavor and fruit identity. So let's use strawberry for an example. If my recipe called for 2 quarts of fresh strawberries, first thing I'm doing with those strawberries is cutting them in half, putting them out on a cookie sheet and doing what they call sugaring the fruit. I'm putting a layer of sugar, a light layer of sugar over them, putting it in the fridge overnight, and they will absorb that sugar, and that'll keep them from turning into little marbles. You've eaten homemade ice cream, and it's like biting into rocks. If you sugar the fruit first, you don't have to do that. Some of the fruit you can buy already has sugar in it, but I like to tend to go towards the fresh when I can. But my recipe might be on a bigger machine, a 2-tub machine, 2 quarts of fresh strawberries. I put 1 quart right into the machine, and this is the only machinery on the market that you can do that. I put 1 quart in. It's going to get, because they're soft, they're going to get all ground up, and they're going to be evenly dispersed throughout the batch. So if I had Jeff's blinder or band on your head and you couldn't see, you'd taste it and you say, yeah, that's strawberry ice cream. You take the band off and you're looking at a pale pink product with little seeds. It's strawberry ice cream, but you can't see any pieces. It doesn't have the identity. So I put my fruit flavor into the machine. The strawberries get all ground up. And then the second half of my strawberries, as it's coming out, instead of opening the gate all the way, I'm opening it halfway. And as it rolls out, I'm shaking in my pieces of strawberry. So now I have the identity. When someone comes along and they're eating the ice cream, they can taste the strawberry and they can see the pieces. This is why homemade ice cream is so much better than commercial ice cream. Commercial ice cream is made on a long, narrow tube, and it only makes vanilla. It's about a $100,000 machine, and at the end is another $40,000 machine that injects strawberries. So Haagen-Dazs, a company that we put into business with our bigger machines, Haagen-Dazs now uses continuous freezers. Excuse me. So their ice cream is vanilla ice cream with strawberries injected into it. That's the best it can be. Our batch ice cream with the Emery Thompson, since the strawberries can go in, for every particle of the dairy mix, there is a particle of strawberry next to it. So you're going to get a much more intense flavor. The reason you can do it and no one else can is the way the other machines are designed. They have a little tiny opening like that so that you can't get anything in. You'll see me later, even with the little machine, dumping whole bananas in the machine. I can take whole Oreo cookies and put them in. You can't do that with any other machine on the market. And they'll void your warranty if you do it because their freezing cylinders are so thin, it'll damage the cylinder. Ours are 6 times thicker so that we can throw literally the kitchen sink in there. And that's going to make for a greater product. We're going to break in a minute for coffee, but I just wanted to touch on the different temperatures of products. When the ice cream comes out of the machine, it's about 20 to 23 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on what it is you're making. Sorbet products might be lower. They might be 19 degrees for Italian ices. We then want to decide what we're going to do with it. If you're a business like Jeff's, who is going to make it this afternoon and sell it tonight, he doesn't need to harden the ice cream. You might hear someone say, oh, buy our machine, you don't need a hardening cabinet. A hardening cabinet, also known as a flash freezer or a blast freezer, is a specialized cabinet that can go to 30 or 40 below 0 Fahrenheit very quickly. So if we're making 100 gallons of ice cream, we can keep loading it up into this freezer and it'll pull down to 30 below. In a typical ice cream parlor, and Jeff's is not typical, he's doing it fresh every night. A typical ice cream parlor is going to make ice cream on Tuesday and then freeze it in a flash freezer as their inventory. That's our stockpile. And they're going to have that all the way till Saturday morning. And then on Saturday, they're going to make more ice cream, and that's going to hold them again till next Tuesday. So if you're a high volume store like 4C's in Cape Cod, you can't deal with just 2 tubs of specialty flavor. You need 5, 6, 7 tubs. You're dealing in such a big volume, say, out there on the Cape. So they are making the ice cream at these temperatures, and then they're freezing it down to minus 30 to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit in the hardening cabinet. And then that takes overnight. So if we make it this morning, tomorrow morning we can pull it out of the hardening cabinet. Now, at 40 below, it's so hard you couldn't scoop it with a hammer and chisel. So we can't use it. So we pull over, let me pull over this dipping cabinet briefly and show you. Can I take these down? I don't want to mess up everything. This is a typical dipping cabinet that's used for either ice cream or ices. And so I've got this ice cream that is 40 below 0, rock hard, and it's 10 in the morning. Well, from last night, we have a tub of ice cream that we were making and selling, and that's in here. This cabinet is double-decker. So I'm going to take the 40 below, and I'm going to put it in the bottom of the cabinet, and then I'm going to have my scooping ice cream up here. When I run out of the scooping ice cream sometime around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, my 40 below ice cream has warmed up to serving temperature, which is 6 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's where we're scooping ice cream. And so that's how we're rotating the ice cream through. If, as your business grows bigger and 2 tubs are not enough, then what you do is you have something as simple as a Sears chest freezer set at 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Chest freezer at 0. So what we would do here, because now we're doing more volume, the ice cream's coming out at 20 degrees. We're putting it into the hardening cabinet at 40 below. And then because we're such a big volume store this morning, we take 6 or 7 tubs and put it into the chest freezer at 0. This 30 below warms up to 0. And then as the day goes on, we can move it into this cabinet and warm it up to 6 above. It sounds complicated, but it's not. And that's just a high volume store. With Jeff's store and many stores like that, it's coming out at the 20 to 23 degrees, and it's going right into the 6 degree Fahrenheit serving cabinet. So you don't have to harden ice cream if you don't want to. If you're a store that needs increased volume, or if you're doing wholesale or pints, which we'll talk about later, then hardening it is a good idea. Now, Jeff and I are always working to try to cut your costs as much as we can to get you into business. So let's say you start with a CB350. You don't need to go out and buy an expensive hardening cabinet. The amount of ice cream that this is making, a half a tub every 8 minutes, so a full 3-gallon tub in 16 minutes. At that level, we could go right from the machine into a Sears chest freezer, which costs about $500. So we're in business for the price of the Emery Thompson batch freezer and a Sears chest freezer, and then someplace to serve it, bypassing all this. This will come. You will get into this later, but that's as the volume of the store gets going. And I'm very big on you spending as little money as possible to get open. Get the machinery making profits for you. Get your reputation known. Then when you're making money, you can afford to go out and buy more equipment that's going to make your life easier. Yes, you had a question? The question is, do you use this kind of cabinet or what's called a visual display cabinet? There's actually three types. There's this type, which I don't know what the real name is. I call it the floppy door cabinet because the doors flop back. And when we get into Italian ices later, we're actually going to be keeping this at a warmer temperature, 16 degrees. Not 6 degrees, but 16. So we need something that'll hold its temperature evenly. These inexpensive, old-fashioned cabinets hold their temperature beautifully. You could literally take the lid off this and run it like that all day, and it isn't going to change the temperature because cold air falls. So I love these. I like the fact that people are reading Jeff's signs that tell you what it is you're eating, what you're buying. Here's your choice. And so instead of people lining up and staring at the ice cream, do I want mint chip? Do I want Oreo cookie? And it slows down the line. They see here what it is they want, and they come up and say, I'll take a mint chip. So there's a lot of advantage to that. It's up to you. If you want the visual display cabinets for the appeal and the look, they're fine too. They don't hold their temperature as evenly. They're good for ice cream at 6 degrees. They're not good at all for Italian ice. And then you have the Italian cabinets, which are for the gelato, and they are easily 8 times more expensive than the American dipping cabinet. They're extremely complicated. They break down all the time, and they're beautiful. They're absolutely gorgeous. For $20,000, they ought to be beautiful, when this thing probably costs $2,000. They have the curved glass. You can come in and see it. You got all the fingerprints on there, and the children trying to decide what they want, and the mother gets upset, the father gets upset, says, okay, you're having vanilla, and they give it to the child, and the child starts crying. I wanted that one. So sometimes depending on the setup of your store, you may not want the ice cream to be seen. There is one brand of Italian, and I'm not here to promote anything Italian, but I once took apart an Oscar Tielli dipping cabinet out of Italy, which is the gelato cabinet. Still starts at $15,000, but it was well built and very well made. There's a big difference between American-built products and Americans and the Europeans, which is everything else. If Jeff was from Italy and making ice cream and he was wearing the white suit and the whole works, at the end of the day, he would take his towel and he'd carefully wipe down all the equipment. He might bless the thing. Well, maybe you wouldn't. And he would just treat the equipment very nicely and say, good night, see you tomorrow. The American says, all right, day's over, it's time to get a beer. They'll pick up a wrench and they'll throw it at the cabinet and say, you better darn well work tomorrow. And that's the American attitude. So American equipment is built to withstand the most rugged conditions. The European stuff is just so delicate. Well, how many people are driving a Ferrari without having their own mechanic? I mean, you need it to keep the darn thing running.
I do go over my equipment every night with a rag.
Yes, we do. And
I make sure it shines, and I talk to it, because that piece of equipment, and I have the larger one, right? Mm-hmm. I have the larger. That has made me a fortune, and I respect it. And I respect the customers who come in and look at it, because it's right there. And my store is an open kitchen store. And the machine, yeah, you could eat Chinese food off of it any night. It's just like the floors. I won't stand for any of my employees leaving early, not doing every square inch of the floor. The machines I take care of, the floors, the counters, the tables, they take care of. But cleanliness doesn't...
And long-suffering Ruth calls me up and says, he doesn't talk to me the way he talks to his machines.
Well, that could be true.
But no, Jeff brings up a good point that we can also talk about is cleanliness. When I lived in Rye, New York, we had a Baskin-Robbins at the corner. It was a perfect location. Nobody went to it. because and I have no problem with tattoos. They're perfectly fine. But this guy had, every tattoo humanly possible that a biker could have, and he wore a dirty white shirt and a dirty apron, and he had 4 banks of lights like we had here, and he had 2 of the banks out to save electricity. So the whole store looked dingy. I'm sure it was clean, but it looked dingy, he looked dingy, and it just wasn't appealing for eating ice cream. You want the absolute cleanest setup you can possibly have. We New Yorkers are fond of the fact that we eat dirty water dogs. Corner of Madison and 57th, we go up and we get a hot dog from the vendor, we call it dirty water dog, and think nothing of it. But when it comes to dairy product, if it isn't absolutely sterile, you're not going back in there again. It's got to be clean. We're going to take a quick coffee break.
One other thing, right before we do the coffee break.
Yeah.
When you're cleaning out your machine, even between flavors, it's not enough just to rinse it. Take a spatula and just take out the water that's left in there. You see the water coming out? Typically, there'll be about 6 ounces of water. So that would be like diluting your ice cream with 6 ounces. I don't like that. I like the ice cream to be as original as I can. Just a little thing.
Now, if your floor is dead level, that won't happen because the machine... Oh, I almost ran you over. Hello. That was Paula. Paula is my wife and our office manager. If your machine is absolutely dead level and new, the barrel is pitched forward so that it will drain. The older ones don't have the pitch. What do you say we take a break?
Sure.
And then we're going to come back and make something really strange. It's my turn.
I think you've conquered that mountain
Oh,
already.
you have seen nothing yet. We're going to get very strange.
Hang on.
Okay. Like I said, I like to do the strange.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
And you will be, and Jeff does the delicious. There's a cult movie going on right now that has aired twice, and it's going to actually air again at the end of the month on Sci-Fi Channel. Not something I usually watch. It's a B movie. It may even be a C movie. It's so bad. It is just the worst thing you've ever seen. And it's called Sharknado. And the story behind it, anybody seen Sharknado? Oh, you will. It's going to become a cult movie. And Sharknado is about a tornado that forms off of the coast of Los Angeles. And the tornado picks up...
They start flying in.
The tornado picks up all the sharks and it moves on land. Well, you can't have a tornado in Los Angeles, I don't think. But anyway, the theory is it drops all the sharks. They're showing up in swimming pools. They're showing up in drainage
on the
ditches,
streets even.
the streets, everywhere. It's just sharks everywhere. So I was thinking that, I really ought to capitalize on the idea of Sharknado. And so we're going to make, hey, Jerry. This is Jerry Couch. He works with me. And it's your. Did you get this for your daughter today, for her birthday today?
13 today.
She's 13 in her name?
Alana.
Happy birthday. Thanks, Jerry. I'll keep the shark. Thanks.
Whoa, careful back here. Careful back here.
Oh, yeah, well, it's a little bigger than I thought. So I thought, being a P.T. Barnum, that we would capitalize on Sharknado. And so we're going to make shark's teeth Italian ice. And I'm giving away the recipe. It's just something I thought up. It's not terribly difficult. But I want to see a year from now where we are. Has shark tooth ice cream, caught on around the country? You never know. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a blood red Italian ice.
How much water do you need?
Otherwise known as a cherry ice. Let me get the formula and pick these up. That shark has got a big tail. I'll pass these out. This is the formula for shark tooth Italian ice. It's just a little twist on an old formula, but for shark's teeth, you need teeth. So what I got is candy corn. I mean, that's exactly what a shark's tooth looks like, is candy corn. So we're going to make a cherry Italian ice or shark blood Italian ice with candy corn in it. And
you have way too much time on your hands.
I do have way too much time on my hands. This is what I do sitting around on my boat.
How much water do you need?
I need for water, shark teeth.
2 quarts.
Cherries, shark teeth, cherry extract, fresh lemon juice. I didn't add the water. How about that? Let's see, 7 14 quarts of water, 7. I'll take 6.
6 in that machine?
5 quarts. Give me 5 and we'll see how it tastes.
Okay.
5 quarts. And let's see, we're going to need the sugar, cherry pieces. I did leave some things off the recipe here. Isn't that great?
Can only help it.
Yes. So I'm going to go over to the scale here and measure out some sugar.
You know, normally they say, oh, I don't want any more ice cream. Oh, I've had enough ice cream.
Yeah.
They're going to want more.
More of yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's what you're thinking. So
You said 5 quarts, right?
Yes. 10
Okay.
quart machine. And I set that to 0.
Oh, that's right. You're making it in this one.
Yes.
Okay. That was my confusion.
Okay. Three and a half. I'm going to go to 3.5 pounds of sugar. Oops. Let's get that.
Da, 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 da.
All right. Add our sugar. There we go. And sugar dissolves very nicely in cold water. You don't have to use, I got one, thanks. You don't have to use hot water. And you use the cheapest sugar you can find. Do you have that bag? Will you show them the cheapest sugar you
Cheap
can
sugar.
find? Cheap sugar. There's no difference between Domino sugar or any other big brands and the house brand. It's all sugar, comes out of the same factories. Our refinery is up on the Florida-Georgia border. And
And you don't need the little tiny crystals that supposedly dissolve faster. It's all nonsense.
That's right. So this dissolves good enough. Excuse me? I put in about 3.5
About this
pounds.
much.
Yeah, about that much.
You need my thing again, right?
I used to do this.
I thought
I
you
used to do
needed
this shtick. You know that you see it. I learned it from an
Is this
executive
yours?
chef. You know, he's carefully measuring out the amount of sugar, and then he tastes it, and he stares at it, and he goes in here, pulls out, and goes like that. And perfect. You know, it's all hype.
Black, huh?
It's to taste. So when you taste it, you can say, oh, it's a little too sweet. It needed a little more. Sometimes, if a flavor is too bland, you need to add just a half pound more sugar to bring out the flavor.
Like in the avocado ice cream.
Yes. One guy liked it.
One guy liked it. He's in the corner doubled over.
Okay, these are fresh IQF cherries. IQF just means individually quick frozen. And in many cases, it's as good as fresh because it's always available and you can get it at the supermarket.
It's actually better than fresh.
Yeah.
I make fruit ice creams, but I don't use fresh fruit because, why? Why do you think we don't use fresh fruit? Inconsistent from one day to the next. You may go get cherries that are beautifully ripe and sweet and make terrific cherry vanilla ice cream, and then the next day they're tart. And your customers, what happened? Well, you can't tell them it's a mom and pop shop, we use local ingredients. They want that sweet cherry ice cream. So frozen is always a good bet. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, as long as you get it without junk in it, and it's expensive frozen fruit. I buy the cherries. A good place to shop is Restaurant Depot. You all have those near you? And I buy the bags of black cherries. They're $18 for a bag of, not a large one, but it's well worth it because they're perfect. Every cherry is perfect. Much like these.
Now, I'm just going to let this mix up a bit. One thing about Italian ice, or let me start with ice cream.
Before you say that, everybody knows what these are, right?
Candy corn.
Candy corn. When you were little, did you bite off one flavor at a time?
Oh, hell yes. Yeah, definitely. They're good. And there's enough in the recipe so you can eat about a quarter of a bag without ruining the recipe.
Right, but all the flavors taste the same. It's just you
Delicious.
bite them off little by little.
When you're making ice cream, you tasted Jeff's ice cream, it was fantastic. If it sits in the freezer for a couple of hours, the flavor will actually bloom. It'll get stronger, it'll get better. With Italian ice, that doesn't happen. What you put in is what you're going to get. So I haven't made this before. I've always used something like this, a cherry base from iRice, where it tells you, how much of this cherry base to use, sugar and water, and it makes a really nice product. I want to make it absolutely fresh, so I guesstimated it. So I can taste it and see what it's going to be like. I can do this without making too much mess. And it's a little weak. So I'm going to get one more bag of fruit. Just bear with me for 1 second.
Da, 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 da. It's almost like the teacher left, I can have fun now, but he can hear me, right? He's got the, right?
If I had a...
He's a great guy.
So now, how many pounds of cherry pieces now should we use the recipe?
Yes, I'm adding another 12. I know, these are black raspberries. That's right. I was hoping you wouldn't notice. It's all...
It's shark's teeth. Who
What?
cares? It's shark's teeth.
That's right. Yeah, it's...
Did you just wave a knife at me behind my back?
Did you just say something nice about me
What's
behind
that
my
noise?
back? Okay.
It's interesting. We're having fun up here. That's the whole point of this business. You got to have fun. You got to love it. Because would you rather be tarring roofs or working on the highway or cobbling shoes? This is a great business. You're always in the air conditioning, unless you got a cart business, at which point you're veritably printing money. But you're working in a nice condition, so have fun with it. And it's really profitable. We'll talk about that. It's really profitable.
I had the overrun control down low, so I'm going to take it up to full speed. Because, again, with ices, air is really not a factor. I've turned on the refrigeration. We're going to let that run. And I'm going to throw a good portion of my shark's teeth into the machine.
Seriously, where'd you come up with this?
It just came to me. I was taking a shower, and it just said, this would be great.
And those, you thought shark's teeth, what could I use?
That's a shark's tooth. Yeah, that's the only thing. You try finding candy corn in the middle of summer.
True.
It's not easy. At Halloween.
Now you're going to leave a few for extraction?
Yeah.
Now he's right when he says you can't do this with other machines. You'll wind up with a sticky, gummy mess.
And a broken machine.
Yeah.
The beater can't take it. But
It
these are
truly is
designed to
worth
take
it.
So that'll be our shark's tooth. Now, if I had an extract of cherry, I would probably use a little to bolster the flavor. You're used to extracts. If you bake a cake, you use vanilla extract. Well, you can buy extracts for just about anything. You can get bubble gum, cherry, mint, anything you want. So if I don't have any, but if we had a cherry extract, I might put a couple of ounces in to bolster the flavor. The problem with a lot of the commercial cherry ices, though, is your hands turn blood red, which in shark's tooth might be a good idea. But it's nothing more than chemicals. And so if you can avoid it, you do. You would add more, just more flavor.
What are these for? What are those for?
Oh, there's another bag. That's why I was weak. All right. Have we got anything else in the sink we could? Yeah, I think we got.
I'm not going to drink the rest of my coffee.
I think we got some bologna we could throw in. Oh, that's us. I forgot. The bologna's already thrown in for free. And let me just show you what that looks like. This came from Publix. And it says product of chili, dark sweet
That
cherries.
bag is probably $3.50.
Oh, I don't think it was that much.
They're pretty expensive. I buy the ones, the bags are maybe 2-quart bags, and they're $18. But you'll understand real soon to use the best stuff you can, and you'll still make tons of money. It's the people who chintz on things, and their product doesn't come out quite as fantastic as it could, but they think they're making more money. They're not. They're not. Use the best ingredients you can.
If you go to my website, emerythompson.com, we just did a video. Ken and I just produced it last Friday. and it's a whiteboard breaking down the cost difference between using the cheapest method, an extract, the next method using a base. By next method, I mean by cost. And then the highest price using fresh fruit. And I did it with a lemon ice. And you can make $142 net profit per tub. If you give someone a 4-ounce scoop, you'll make $142 off a 3-gallon tub using an extract. I'm sorry, using, which way does it work? $142 using an extract. If I use a base, which is a higher quality, I'm going to make $140 profit. If I use fresh fruit, it's $138 of profit using fresh fruit. That's a what? $4 difference between the cheap junk that you can buy from my customers, my wholesale customers, who I really won't name because they're all from Brooklyn, and using the very fresh. I don't want to see a Lincoln Town Car out here. That's my trick. You know, hey, come out for a ride. And using fresh product. If you use the cheap stuff, you've got a cheap ice, and everybody says, "Oh, okay, I had a cherry ice." Nothing. If you use fresh fruit, it's memorable. They say, "Oh man, it was just like I remember having a Cafe Ferrara in Little Italy." I am definitely going back to their place to get the fresh Italian ice. $4, 138 versus 142. I think he can give up a couple of bucks to have a line out the door, which is what's going to happen. It's just the most profitable product that you can sell. And again, Jeff and I talk, and when we do the back and forth, we talk about getting into the business for as little money as possible. I have sold several thousand of the countertop machines, warning the people, you're going to have to run this 6, 8, 10, 12 hours a day to keep up with the demand. But their retort is, yeah, but it's the only way I can get into business. I can't afford $21,000. I can afford the price of this machine, less than half. So this gets them into business, it gets them making money, and when you're making money, you can then expand and make more money. Jeff started off selling his ice and his ice cream just to his wife, and now look at it, he's the
Now
the
3
mogul,
wives later.
the mogul of Fruit Loops. I mean, it's incredible.
Fruit Loops. But it's true with buying the best machine you can afford. And if it's, I started out with the small countertop machine. Now he has an even smaller one, but I started out with the small countertop machine. And true, I worked my tail off. But the product was great. Money started rolling in. What you want, going back to these, how to make the proper stuff, you want the first customer who ever walks into your store to become a regular. And then the second one, and then the third one, because that's how you're going to make money. You can cheap out a little and get this guy, but he won't be back. But if your product is really memorable, really extraordinary, don't worry about what it costs you. It doesn't matter, because that guy's going to tell 20 of his friends, and he'll be back every week. And then his friends are going to start coming in, and their friends. That's how it works. If you treat every customer, this is what he does.
Oh, sorry. No, continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. He's just upside down.
Shark's Tooth Ice Cream.
Ken, did you make this coffee?
It's really good.
I can feel the hair growing on my spleen.
It's good. This is good coffee.
That is real coffee.
That is good coffee.
We're having a sale in Colombia. They're selling out the country. Gee.
Good coffee, Ken. Keep it up.
So,
Any questions about anything?
Anybody have any questions?
Yes, sir.
I'm running it at full speed, which is 231 RPMs. Again, because air is really not a factor in sugar water. What is a factor is the sugar. In New York, if I was running a 2-tub machine, because that's the way my mind works, that's the most common machine. If my formula would be for lemon ice, say, 7 pounds of sugar, 14 quarts of water, 2 quarts of lemon juice. That 7 pounds of sugar is for a New York ice. If I go down the road to Philadelphia, where they don't call it Italian ice, they call it Italian water ice. And their ice, they like it smoother. And so we take the formula from 7 pounds of sugar up to 8 pounds of sugar. The extra pound of sugar makes the product smoother, almost creamier tasting. If I go to Bay 8th Street in Brooklyn, a true Italian neighborhood, that formula is not going to be 7 pounds of sugar, it's going to be 6 pounds of sugar. And they'll call it granita or granite. It's a very coarse ice, and that's what they like. My friend Larry DiStefano, who owns Ralph's in Staten Island, some of the best ice in the world, and he's wholesale to his own stores. He makes cream ices. The Italians would call it cremalata. He just calls it a cream ice. And he's adding a little bit of dairy product to the Italian ice formula to make it even more creamy and smooth. And he's done things that nobody ever thought of. When I was growing up, and you were growing up, it was, when you were growing up, it was, you know, they were carving
here
the
it
wheel.
comes, I know.
Yeah, it was lemon, cherry, grape, orange, and if you were a New Yorker, chocolate. Those were your flavors. Now then with us yuppies growing up, it became avocado, mango, pear, kiwi, you know, flavors you would sell in a restaurant. Now, what Larry has done at Ralph's is he's saying, why can't Italian ice be ice cream flavors? So he makes mint chip Italian ice. He makes mint chip Oreo cookie Italian ice. Sugar and water and Oreo cookies. And on a hot day, a high-fat ice cream will make you feel ill. It'll make you sweat. It'll make you feel uncomfortable. A low-fat, like Jeff and I make, leaves you refreshed. And Italian ices, when it's 95 degrees here in Florida and 100% humidity, sugar water and Oreo cookies is just the most refreshing thing you can eat. So ices are great. Yes?
What about Rita's?
About
what?
Rita's.
Oh, Rita's Italian ice.
That's a Philadelphia ice.
Yeah, my family put them in business. Maybe 35 years ago, I'm not certain.
What exactly are they making?
Rita's is making a lesser quality of this. And
It's
that's all
good
they're
ices.
using.
It's fairly good ice.
It used to be good. It's gotten very
more.
corporate, and we built their machines for 24 years. And then the company, I was building them under the Electro-Freeze name. Electro-Freeze sold out to Cappigiani, and so Cappigiani says, hey, we build a batch freezer, you must use our batch freezer. So Rita's now uses a different batch freezer, and I don't have any dealings with them, but all I hear is complaints. The texture's not the same, the quality's not as good.
I told Steve last week I went to a car show. I collect and restore old cars, and there was a cart, you know, the umbrella cart selling Italian ices. And can I say the name?
Yeah.
And it was Little Jimmy's, real popular. And I always try everything, can you tell? So I went over there, and for $3, he didn't have chocolate. He had lemon, cherry, and mango. I'm a New Yorker. Chocolate is what I... Anyway, so I said, give me a cherry. So he gives it to me in a plastic cup, a see-through hard plastic cup. And he scoops it out. I said, well, where's the squeeze cup? He said, no squeeze cup. So he puts a spoon in it, and it was vile. It was just awful. And if you're going to do Italian ices, the profit is so good to make the best Italian ices. I'll digress for a second. You still need more time, right?
A little bit.
A friend of mine in South Florida opened up Cecily's Italian ices, gourmet Italian ices. And all he sells is cream ice. Cream ice. Now, I'm going to make a version of cream ice today if we have time. And Steve's right, you can make exotic flavors. He has 55 flavors of cream ice, and every day the lines are around the block, not out the door, they're around the block for his cream ice. The guy has made millions of dollars. He's a young guy, and all he sells is cream ice. As a matter of fact, he's got a little one of those in the back corner with ice cream, working cow ice cream, which is out of Tampa area or something.
Yep.
And he carries 6 flavors of ice cream, and I think the same 6 flavors are there since the day he opened. But cream ice, and for any of you who are coming to the boot camp, I'll show you all about cream ice. It's a fantastic product, and the profit is sky high in cream ice. I tried selling cream ice in my store, and you know what the problem was? I never thought of it. The problem was that my ice cream is so creamy and so flavorful and so rich that next to it, the cream ice pales by comparison. Even though the cream ice was great because I can make a heck of a cream ice. And at one point I thought of changing my store over. but I can't count the money fast enough. So
When, I'll tell you a little human interest story. When Paul and I decided that it was time to get out of New York, the family and the company had been there for 100 years, just down the street from Yankee Stadium, 2 blocks away. Some say we left because of the unions, others because Elliot Spitzer, client number 9, said even you're not moral enough to stay in New York. We decided to leave, and we're crossing the George Washington Bridge, Paul and me and Zadie, with about 7 or 9 tractor trailers behind us with all the equipment in the building. And even my accountant said it's impossible to move a 100-year-old corporation. And so it was a little dicey. And I turned to Paula and I said, you know what, if we can't get the company up and running in short order, we can always take 2 of our machines and sell Italian ice anywhere in the world that we want to go. It may not be glamorous, but boy, it sure makes a lot of money. And I still stand to that statement today, that you can decide where you want to live and you can make a lot of money selling sugar water. Now, instead of opening this all the way and having it rush out, I'm going to open it halfway, and I'm going to shake in some more pieces. I can open a little more than that. Whoa, nice looking. Oh, that's heavy. Ah, that's heavy. Now, where'd the other tub go?
I put it over here.
I know it was hiding here a minute ago. Thank you. We're doing them in these clear tubs so that you can see it nicely. Let's see how fast that comes out. Now, normally when you're producing ice cream or ices, you plan your flavors from light to dark. So I would do a lemon ice, then I would do cherry, then I would do grape, and then black raspberry, or black raspberry, then grape. So that I don't have to keep rinsing out the machine, because there's going to be so little left in here that if a little bit of lemon gets into my orange, you'll never notice it. If a little of my cherry gets into my grape, you're not going to notice it. Look at that, it's beautiful.
It is something.
You know, if we go viral on this and I'm driving a Bentley this time next year, I'll remember you all. Okay,
And
there
if
it
next
is.
month nobody's here, what are you going to remember?
Shark tooth ice cream. How about that? Italian ice, rather. Well, let's see what it tastes like. Come on up. Let me show you how to eat it. You didn't think you needed instruction. Let me just get in front of the camera. The way you eat Italian ice is you put it into a squeeze cup. If you ask your paper supplier for a squeeze cup, he'll look at you like a deer in the headlights. It's known as a pleated water cup, and you squeeze it out, and you eat it from the bottom. You know, that's good. All right, I'm taking this home. Yeah, you'll like that.
Anyone who wants extra shark teeth, let me know.
Anybody out there watching this who wants this formula, Ken's going to put it up on the website. It's yours to have, my gift to you. I'd like to see the whole country eating shark teeth or shark tooth, whichever way you like, Italian ice. Then we'll know what kind of impact we have. All right, I'm just going to sit here and relax. You start.
Okay. All I did was, I get emails and phone calls every day from people all over the world, literally, asking me questions, which I don't mind. 2 questions I wrote down here, because what else are we going to do now? One of them is, I noticed that, let me preface this. Last time I made M&M ice cream, I don't make ice cream, there's a big sign in my store, no vanilla, no chocolate. We don't use any regular ice cream. So for me, when I make M&M ice cream, I take pounds of M&Ms and I put them in a food processor, and I turn it on high and I let it go for 15 minutes until we have dust. It's actually dust. And then I mix it with my ice cream mix, and it becomes M&M ice cream. So somebody wrote in and said that I noticed that you chopped your M&Ms in a food processor prior to using them. Can't the Emery Thompson do that for me? And that was a great question. The way I make ice cream, When I need a flavor, I use a food processor. Because I don't use jar. I could go buy M&M flavor. I guess they sell that. But I don't do that. So when I need a flavor, I use a food processor to really make dust out of it, and then I put it like malted milk bar. I make malted milk bar ice cream the same way. I put Whoppers in a food processor and grind them to dust. Then when I mix it with the mix, it has that flavor, and it's totally incorporated into the mix. The Emery Thompson does something that I believe no other machine can do, and that's when you have to add nuts, pralines, chips, fruit, cherries, anything else. You can throw them right into the machine, because those you want as part of the ice cream. You've already got the flavor of the ice cream, but now you want texture in the ice cream and pieces in the ice cream, like Reese's Pieces. Throw them right in the Emery Thompson. So that's the difference. I use a food processor to really pulverize, that's the word, to pulverize any candies. Snickers, for instance, when I want to make unbelievable Snickers ice cream, everyone else will take vanilla ice cream and add pieces of Snickers. That's vanilla ice cream with Snickers in it. What I do is I freeze the Snickers so they're rock hard, put them in a food processor for 20 minutes until they're dust, literally dust. Now when you mix it with the cream, you have Snickers flavored cream, and you won't taste anything like it. If any of you get to try any of these flavors at my store or whatever, or if you're here when we make them sometimes, they're flavors that you can't get anywhere else. I guarantee it.
One thing I found, Jeff, is with our Emery Thompson machines, if it's soft going in, like say a strawberry, it's going to grind it up like it went into a Cuisinart and disperse it throughout the batch. If it's a hard item like a pecan or a walnut, it'll take a whole pecan and break them into quarters. They won't get any smaller than that. So from an economic standpoint, if you know the machine's going to take whole pecans and break them into quarters, why buy whole pecans? Buy quarter pieces. They won't break up any further, and they're a lot less expensive. So
Right.
Combining that with the idea of the fruit flavor and the fruit identity, when I made when I made M&M ice cream, it was vanilla ice cream with M&Ms in it, and it had a nasty little habit of they may not melt in your hand, but they will melt in the ice cream. And so I'd get these little rainbows
Flavor
of
in the
blue
colors.
and green and yellow, and it just looked strange. I tried your method of grinding them up, and it just made all the difference in the world as
Whole
far as the
different
taste.
ice cream.
It was
People
great.
in my store, they say, what flavor is the M&M ice cream? Meaning chocolate or vanilla. And I say neither, it's M&M flavor. And all my flavors are like that. I have 35 flavors of ice cream every day, fresh. And all my ice creams are that way. There's no vanilla base that I add stuff to or chocolate that I add stuff to.
I had a question that people asked me about whether or not it paid to go organic. Oh, and by the way, as you have questions, just raise your hand and we'll take your questions instead of the ones that we've compiled. Organic is quite the rage. I was a junk food junkie. Paula now has me to the point where I'm putting organic lettuce on my Big Mac. So I'm making improvements. I'm getting there. But I had this conversation with a gentleman named Vito Panza, Panza & Sons in Edison, New Jersey. They're an ice cream supply company. And it was really good. And Vito's never right, in my mind, and he never thinks I'm right. But we agreed on this. The thing about organic, people are talking about organic, making an organic ice cream, making organic flavors. The difficulty is in order for something to be organic, the land has to be fallow, not used, for about 5 years. And then it has to be planted and has got to be watched. And I thought that Walmart going into the organic aspect of it was going to help, but no, it's coming from China, and who knows what they do, whether it's organic or not. But there's not enough organic available in the United States to make a profitable organic ice cream, with exceptions. There's always going to be customers of mine who can do it. If you're in Midtown Manhattan and you're getting $7 a scoop, or we're getting $3, you have a lot more latitude of what you can do. But for the most part, it's pretty expensive. And Vito's point was, if you go into the supermarket and a head of lettuce, so just a regular head of lettuce is 99 cents, and the organic lettuce is $2.39, you're going to buy the regular head of lettuce. If the regular head of lettuce is 99 cents and the organic is $1.39, you'll probably spend the extra money and go organic. You feel, well, it's worth it to me. So if and when the price comes down, it'll be profitable. But Vito said what really matters and what really counts is trying to go as all natural as you can. Just like what we're doing today. We called this seminar Make It Fresh. And Jeff and I both agree that we try to buy most of our ingredients right at the supermarket. It makes a better ice cream, certainly fresher. It doesn't have the polysorbate 80s and multidextrin and all these other chemicals that you can't pronounce. So I try to make as fresh an ice cream as I can with local products. Question?
What about the dairy product as far as hormone-free? Because that's a big deal where I'm from in California. That you go organic, but the dairy is a big deal, and local, like with the fruit, that would be an issue for me.
The question about is what about the dairy that you buy with the growth hormones in it? Most of the dairies have caught on very quickly, very, very quickly, that the public doesn't want that. That whole issue has only been around 5 or 6 years, and I think the vast majority of dairies have dropped shooting the cattle up with hormones. They'll take the lesser yield out of the cow for a higher quality product, because more and more people like yourself and myself are looking for a fresher product. We look back, now that I'm 62, and I look back at my parents, and they just didn't seem to have the rampant diseases that we have today. And someday they're going to look back 100 years from now and say, well, it was all the chemicals they were putting into their food. It's not natural, excuse the pun, but if you can make it more natural with less of that stuff in there, so much the better. So when you're talking to a dairy, that's the dairy calling right now. When you talk to the dairy, ask them, say, what do you got? And then if you don't like what they're saying, find another dairy. There's plenty of them. Yes, question?
You mentioned about Panza up in New Jersey. They focus solely on soft serve ice cream.
No, they're mostly hard ice cream. They're doing a lot of frozen yogurt right now because that's a fad, but no, they're very much into hard ice cream.
Oh, all right, because I know they're everyone says they're number 2 when it comes to soft serve ice cream, and Carvel's number 1 with soft serve ice cream. But leads into my next question. What are your thoughts or opinions when you're comparing soft ice cream to this hard ice cream that you guys make?
Oh, I think we'll both tackle that. I'll start and then turn it over to you. The question is, what do we think about soft serve versus hard ice cream? I'm a numbers guy.
Your machines don't make soft serve ice cream, correct?
Well, first off, the difference between a soft serve and a batch freezer. A soft serve is a long, narrow tube that is holding the dairy product frozen in the tube all day, all night. If you're open for 15 hours, it's in there for 15 hours. So it's kind of breaking down during that time, but let's say it's good. It is being pulled out one cone at a time. When you want a cone, you get a soft serve. When you want a cone, you get a soft serve. A batch freezer, like I mentioned earlier, is like an oven. You put into the oven 5 pies, and when they're ready, you take all 5 out at once. If you left a couple of them in the oven, they would continue to burn. So we're making a fresh batch out and done, and then we're scooping it. The soft serve is, of course, one cone at a time. Again, I'm a numbers person, and all the research that I see and do tells me that when we put a batch freezer into what used to be a ma and pa freestanding building selling Dairy Queen type product or Carvel soft serve products, within about 3 years the numbers have changed, and they're 90% hard ice cream and 10% soft, and they're considering getting rid of the soft ice cream machines. Soft ice cream machines only make vanilla or chocolate. You can't put so much as seeds through it. You can't put nuts through it, certainly not candies. Nothing can go in there. So all it can do is give you a soft serve. I mean, if you want to make a banana soft serve like Carvel did, you can add banana extract, a liquid, into there, but it can't do anything else. So it's extremely limited. They're usually about $25,000. And because of the mechanics of a soft serve machine, again, I'm just talking numbers, Jeff will talk esoteric, who's better. The machines break down at least 4 times a year. If you have a brand new soft serve machine from Taylor or Electro-Freeze, they're going to break down 4 times a year. That's 4 service calls. So they better have a good big service network right in your town because you're going to need them. Why do they break down? Because they're extremely complicated. It takes about 50 minutes to clean a soft serve when you do it, as opposed to our batch freezer, which is under 5 minutes. Many more parts. Your employees are running the machine. You hire a summer employee and he's taught how to run the soft serve machine, but he only listened to you about 80% of the time. He says he's going to stay through Labor Day and he leaves August 1st to go off on vacation with his family. And so she comes in and she's taught by him how to run it, but he only had 80% of the knowledge. Now she's getting 60% of the knowledge. Boom, the machine breaks because they're so complicated. Again, batch freezer, it's on for maybe 2 or 3 hours every third day. A soft serve machine, if you're open 10 hours a day, it's running 10 hours a day. But they're so limited on what they can do. It's only soft serve. And if you step outside the door in this heat here in Florida, whoa, it's all melted in seconds. I always contended that Carvel, which is the best soft serve on the market, is actually in the paper goods business because you got to take a lot of napkins with you if you're bringing that back into the car. What do you think about the quality?
Well, quality aside for a second, let's talk logistics. You hit on it. The ice cream melts real fast, which necessitates usually bowls rather than cones. And if you're dealing with kids, it necessitates mops rather than sponges because it's going to be all over the floor. Kids aren't welcome in my store. But anyway, the soft serve ice cream, you think about it. Soft serve, frozen yogurt, custard has been around a long time, but the majority of people buy hard ice cream. The only place to buy soft ice cream is at one of those soft ice cream dispensaries. Hard ice cream, you can take, I do a big business in pints and quarts, they take it home, and it's as good from their freezer as it is from mine. I don't like toppings. I don't sell any toppings in my store. None. You can't get a sprinkle in my store because I want them to experience the ice cream. In my store, it's all about ice cream. When you have soft serve, it necessitates having a big bay of toppings because otherwise it's plain, nobody's going to buy it. So you have cut up Reese's Pieces and Snickers and chips and sprinkles or Jimmy's. What do you like?
Sprinkles.
Who's a sprinkles person? Who's a Jimmy's guy? Hey.
Sprinkles win.
Okay, so that's what I don't like. I don't sell toppings. I don't believe in them. I think ice cream, I'm an old-fashioned guy. Ice cream is ice cream. I don't have fat-free ice cream. I don't have lactose-free ice cream. I don't have sugar-free ice cream. Ice cream is ice cream. If you come to my store, you're going to get what I consider to be the best ice cream in the world in a dish. I don't sell any cones. Sound very uppity, don't I? No cones. You get a bowl, and there's only one size. And we do a hell of a business. Anyway, I'm not a big fan. Frozen yogurt, in the 70s, I guess it started?
Yes, 75.
With TCBY, they've come in and out. And they'll always go in and out because it's a fad. Custard places are very few and far between. Like you said, Carvel, I love Carvel. It's really good, but you have to get it with sprinkles on it. So that's my take on it. I sell ice cream, I make ice cream, and it's darn good ice cream. No toppings, no sizes, no cones. That's it. Yes?
In your shop there, I got a bowl the other day, and I noticed she actually put it in what I call a waffle bowl.
Right.
Is that how you serve it?
Yes, the waffle bowls, all we sell is one way. I mean, you can get a cardboard container to go, but if you're having it in my store, which now seats about 50 or 60, and we're looking to double that next week. But anyway, we sell it in a homemade waffle bowl. And the waffle bowl goes into a 100% sugar cane, not edible, but it's made from sugar cane paper bowl. So that if it overspills the waffle bowl, which you can eat, by the way, and they're delicious, it goes into the paper receptacle. And that's it. You get a spoon and enjoy.
Here's a trick question for you. I often ask people, when you were growing up, where did you go to get ice cream? I'll bet you everyone in here can remember where they used to go, where their family took them to get ice cream. If I said to you, Where do you go to get frozen yogurt? Well, I don't know. Well, maybe there's a store over there. It doesn't have the impression. Ice cream is part of the American culture, and it is a treat. It's a dessert. When people ask about sugar-free ice cream or these other products, they're just kidding themselves. First off, there is no such thing as sugar-free ice cream because cow's milk has sugar in it. They're not pouring sugar into the cow and shaking the cow. It's just there naturally. So you're never going to have a sugar-free ice cream. But I can't tell you how many stores I've been into that will sell sugar-free. No sugar added is the term. That means we didn't add extra sugar. Jeff added a little extra sugar today. No sugar added means no additional sugar was put in there. And the person orders no sugar added because they're on a diet,
Right, well,
and they're in my ice cream parlor. And then they go over and they put on the M&Ms and the sprinkles and the chocolate syrup. I mean, this thing is 10 trillion calories before they finish, but it's got no sugar added ice cream.
And everybody who comes to my store asking for sugar-free, I'm a diabetic, I need sugar-free, what do you have? I don't have anything. And my portions are one size, they're enormous. And I give them, they'll succumb, they'll say, okay, I'll have a scoop of, and they get a bowl that's, it's like almost 16 ounces. And they get a spoon and they finish it. And they're alive the next day. It's a big American myth, but.
All the companies, other than Emery Thompson, because all they have left, we outsell all of them. The only thing they have left is their soft serve machines. Now, don't feel bad for Taylor. They sell far more soft ice cream machines than we'll ever sell batch freezers. But they're pushing this on the public, and it's really kind of unfortunate because the store will advertise that we have, and they're advertising towards women, and they're saying we have a fat-free yogurt. It can be fat-free. It can be 100% fat-free. But in a machine or in your little home unit or even a hand crank thing, it won't freeze. It won't turn into a frozen dessert unless it either has a combination of fat and sugar or fat or sugar. You can't just take milk and turn it into ice cream. It won't happen. So when they give you a fat-free product, they can take all the fat out, but they have to substitute something, and they substitute sugar. So the product can be advertised as fat-free, but it's still 1,000 calories because it's got so much sugar in it. So it's kind of deceptive advertising. But the real nuts and bolts thing that bothers me about frozen yogurt was an article that they had in the Wall Street Journal about a month ago. Your average sale is, as you said, humongous. How much does that humongous cost?
Cost
me? No, that you sell it for.
$6.
$6. The average sale to some little kid in a yogurt store is between $8 and $11. That's the average sale because it's a large cup. It's a 3/4 pint container, and it's low and wide. And so when you put 4 ounces in it, I use 4 ounces because McDonald's has done all the advertising for us. What is 4 ounces? It's a 1/4 pounder. I'll be right with you in a second.
Yogurt shops are selling, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the yogurt shops up northeast, what they're doing is they're selling it by weight, so everyone's self-serving themselves.
Yep.
That's what I'm getting at. So when you put 4 ounces into this big container, it looks really little. So you keep pulling the handle. Now you got 8, 9, 10 ounces, and then you go over to the board, and that's 49 cents an ounce, so it sounds cheap until you put in 10 ounces. And then you start putting in toppings. Oh, I'll have some M&Ms. We eat with our eyes. M&Ms, granola, Heath candy bar, it all goes in there, and then the serving is $11. Well, this is what broke up some of the bigger franchises in the industry is they had set prices starting at $6, $6.50, and you had to buy that. If I send one of my employees and 3 children and his wife, so there's 3, that's 5 people, 5 people spending that kind of money.
You're a numbers guy.
I am a numbers guy. That guy has to work 2 hours on my assembly line just to buy frozen yogurt in your store, and I guarantee you he will do it once. He will not come back a second time because it's too expensive. And then there's side things that I hear that dad takes the kids out for frozen yogurt at 4 in the afternoon. They eat 10 ounces of ice cream and they don't want dinner because they're stuffed. So these are big problems with frozen yogurt. The other is, Jeff, I forgot to tell you this, but someone called up and wanted to open up in an area near you. And I mentioned your business. He said, oh yeah, I've seen it. It looks great. I can do that. I said, yes, you can. But what on earth is the sense of opening up a mile away from Jeff, the best you can ever hope for, the very best? If you make fantastic stuff, you might get 50% of Jeff's business. And how are you going to survive on 50%? Why would you do that? Why don't you open 20 miles away in this nice little town where there is no ice cream parlor, and you're going to become the king of the hill? I'm kind of like the Oracle of Delphi. They used to be able to tell, who's going to win the war because they knew everybody else's, troop movements. But that's something I stress on my customers, and they just don't seem to get that in yogurt. They say, well, there's 3 in town doing a fantastic job. I'm going to become the 4th. No, all you can do is you only have 35,000 people in the town. You can only possibly divide it up by that many people. So the yogurt doesn't make sense.
When I opened up, my landlord said, do you want an exclusive on ice cream in this plaza? I said, absolutely not. Let them all come in. I don't care.
That's right.
I'm very confident in my product, and nobody's going to do it the way we do it.
It won't hurt you, but it's going to kill anybody who tries to come up against you.
Okay, next question. Is it okay?
Please.
Okay. I got this question this morning. That's why it's fresh in my mind here. As far as equipment to open a new store, what do I need to keep in mind when looking for a location, for a store location? Interesting question. My answer was nothing. Open up where you want to open up. Open up where you think it's going to work. I opened up in a non-food plaza. When I took my space, it was office space. So there was no plumbing, there was no electricity, there was nothing. I mean, there was electricity, but regular wall outlets. And what I had to do was put in a 220 line, simple, it's an hour's job, and then put in plumbing. I didn't have a floor drain like this, which would have been nice, and that's a bonus, but I did what's called an air gap. With my triple sink, it just comes down, there's a little space, air space, and then it goes into your plumbing. And that's all it was. It was fairly inexpensive to do, but I wouldn't even consider my equipment when determining a location. Location has its own set of parameters that we'll go over, but don't worry about equipment. Actually, I bought the countertop machine and had them deliver it to my house and put a tarp on my kitchen floor, and my wife was thrilled. And I put it on the counter, and for about 2 months I made ice cream. I had a 220 line put right in my kitchen, and I made ice cream in the kitchen to perfect my craft and know what I was doing. Then I took the machine and moved into a store and added another 220 line there. So I wouldn't give equipment purchases any consideration at all when determining a location.
The economy has changed dramatically. We build now 3 quarts finished, 6 quarts, 3 gallons, 6 gallons, and 11 gallons. We have sizes for every industry, from the smallest Italian ice business up to Haagen-Dazs. And it used to be that you would spend a lot of money on a store. The money isn't there. The banks are only loaning money to people who have money and don't need it. It's very difficult to get capital, working capital. So you want to start off frugal and work long hours. As a new entrepreneur, you're going to make the same mistake that every one of us has made. In fact, Jeff and I were just talking about this the other day. The mistake that you're going to make is saying that my time doesn't matter. Me as the entrepreneur, my time doesn't matter because it's my business. So I can do everything and will do everything. And that is a mistake you'll make, that you have to make. You will start off doing everything. You'll be making ice cream, you'll be mopping the floors, you'll be going out and buying all the supplies. You have to do that. It's a new business, and this is going to save you money. The person who hires 15 people and he just starts delegating, or she starts delegating all the work, they're doomed to failure because their overhead is too high. You do everything and start making money. As you start making money, we have used the CB350 to put over 2,000 people into business. Each one of them maybe has 3 employees. So that's thousands of people that we've put into business in the United States and worldwide. But they start off small, they start doing everything, and then as it grows and you make money, then you can afford to go buy, another cabinet, or you can afford to buy a larger sink, or all the things that you do need. You don't need the Lexus vehicle, you don't need the country club membership, you need to plow the money back into the business. And as you plow it back in, as you make more money, then you start delegating authority. A lot of it's ego-driven. I used to get to the factory in the Bronx at 7:30 in the morning, open up the building, start emptying the trash cans as president of the company. That made me feel very humble and a little bit self-righteous that I was doing all this work until, I was tapped on the shoulder and said, you know what? With the computers today, if you stayed home until 8 o'clock, you could have been talking to people in Hong Kong, you could have been talking to India, you could have been talking to Dubai, selling machines instead of here emptying the trash cans. It's time to delegate that authority to someone else. And the equipment is the same way. You start off as small and as tight as possible, and you grow the business. Now, I'm not lying to you, I'm building batch freezers. And I do say the one thing that's critical about your business is if you spend all this money on tables and chairs and nice signs and illuminated, banners and all this outside of the building, it doesn't pay one whit towards what your business is about, making and selling ice cream. If you don't have ice cream to sell, you can throw the rest of the stuff away. It doesn't mean anything. So I believe you need a new Emery Thompson batch freezer so that you have reliable source of ice cream, a large company backing it. I even give out my home phone number so that we will get you into business and keep you into business. But where I might have been selling you a 24 quart 10 years ago to open the business, now it's the CB350 and your business will grow.
I operated mine on the countertop machine model for about a year and a half. Making a lot of time making ice cream, but it was all fresh, it was great, and then I traded up. I bought the new one, my baby.
Do you do takeout pints?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you get for a pint?
$8.
$8. Haagen-Dazs is selling for about $4.49 a pint. And this is a new trend that I've been watching, and I just find it fascinating. $8 is rapidly becoming the median price, because people are saying, I can buy Breyers and bring it home for $3, or I can get for a half gallon, or I can get a pint of Jeff's extraordinary ice cream like I've never had before for $8. And people will spend the money on themselves to get the highest quality. We were in the South Bronx, very poor, very rough neighborhood. After a weekend in a poor, rough neighborhood, you would expect to see Budweiser beer cans littered everywhere. That's what I thought would happen. No, you would see not 50, 60 Budweisers. You'd see a Heineken bottle over there and a Heineken over there, maybe a Beck's over here, because the mentality was, I may be a poor person, I may be in a poor neighborhood, but I can treat myself as royally as Donald Trump when it comes to drinking a beer. So instead of buying a 6-pack of Budweiser, I'm going to have a Heineken. And the same thing is happening now in ice cream. We're seeing $12 pints of ice cream. And you know what? They're great. They're worth it. No, I'm not going to buy it 2-3 times a week. But when I want to treat myself, I'm going to buy the really good stuff. I'm not going to buy Bluebell, who we also put in business, and I love it. But I'm not going to buy Bluebell for $2 when I can buy Jeff's for $8 and feel that I really got my money's worth.
But the key to that, I believe, is regular customers. I don't think you're going to, I'm not going to sell pints to the people driving by.
No.
So I need regular customers. Like I said, the first guy who ever walked in my door still comes to my store because that's how I treat them. Every single customer is potentially a regular customer. And even if they're from out of town, they come to my area, they're going to come back. And I want them to come back saying, hey, let's go to Mystic. So every customer is a regular customer. You'll be wealthier beyond your means.
We have a customer called Fenton's in San Francisco, Oakland area. They've been there for about 50 or 60 years. And it's the ice cream parlor to the stars. As they're driving up from Southern California, they call up on their cell phone in advance to Fenton's and place their order for the pints of ice cream that they want is on their way to Lake Tahoe. And he's got it set up that they're in their their credit card's in his system, and they just pull up and they run out, grab the ice cream, and off they go. And it's part of their ritual of going to Lake Tahoe. On Cape Cod, there is Four Seas Ice Cream. A gentleman named Dick Warren ran it for many years and was just, a wonderful person. His children run it now. And being Cape Cod, people are there on vacation. They're going up for a week. They repeat. They come back once a year. They're seeing old friends. They go out to Four Seas like they go to Mystic Ice Cream, and they get an ice cream cone. Well, they're doing it, say, 11 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon. And then tonight, they're getting together with old friends that they haven't seen for a year who, show up on Cape Cod. And they stop back off at Four Seas and buy 3 or 4 pints of ice cream to take home for their barbecue at home. And then, if they're still up at 9 o'clock at night, they say, well, let's go out for an ice cream cone. So he's getting them all day long, repeat customers, because he's pre-packaging pints. They can just come in, grab them fast, and go. And it's just a tremendous market. And there was a question on one of the blogs I subscribe to that we were talking about wholesaling ice cream. And I'm a big fan of wholesaling ice cream to other outlets. And I think it's a good idea until I started reading the nuts and bolts of it. And they said in one of these emails, it said, you know what, a tub of ice cream I can make $100 with. But a tub of ice cream sold to a restaurant, I'll be lucky if I make $32, right. And they might not treat my ice cream well. Oh. It says my ice cream on it, but the staff is leaving it out. It's melting. It's freezing. So my good name is not showing up right.
It took you a long time to come around.
Well, they had the solution. They said, if you want a wholesale, start with retail pints. And let your name get out there, let it be known, and then you pick and choose. And someone who's done this is Longford's Ice Cream in Port Chester, New York. He started with a retail store, now he's exclusively wholesale. But he picked and chose his customers. He actually dropped Yankee Stadium because he didn't like the way they were handling their ice cream. But he'll take Westchester Country Club because they know how to handle the product. So he's not going out and saying, would you please carry my ice cream? He's so well known, Longford's Ice Cream, for their ice cream and pints that the restaurateurs are begging him for it. And that seems to be the smart way to go into it. So he doesn't, maybe Longford's does, but the average place doesn't have 500 wholesale accounts. But if you had 10 accounts that are buying from you on a regular basis in the dead of winter, up north, which is your slow season, it's helping pay the overhead. But I love the answer. To sum up, we have gone from scoops in the shop to retail pints and quarts. And this is our 6th season. We're not huge in the business, but it's a great supplement to our income. And I thought that was terrific. They are using the equipment that they have to expand the business, but they're expanding it intelligently. And, I love it. I changed my way.
Okay. Let's make some ice cream. No, let's not.
We got time. You got 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
You want to make something?
No.
You want to make something of it?
Steve told me when I sat back there a couple of years ago to go around to different restaurants and hotels and sell my ice cream. And he gave me all these things, and I said, wow, what a great idea. So I rented space in a gym, a health club, an 8x10 room, took my machine in there, and I made ice cream, and I was going around to different restaurants. They loved the ice cream. But of course, you got to sell it cheap because they have to sell it. So I was selling like gallons for $15, which is ludicrous. I can make much more. Anyway, so I did it, and they all loved it, and I had a route that I used to go around to. And then I noticed that you have to go 2-3 times a week because they leave the covers off, and you get frost in there, and they don't scrape it down on the sides and pack it down firm again to condense it. And they basically leaving it open, which is silly. It melts and then it freezes again. And the ice cream turned to crap. It was awful. So I started pulling it out, and I realized that's not for me. If some of you want to go that way, I don't think it's the way to go, but give it a shot. I pulled it out of all my outlets that way.
Of course, if you look like Keith Richards selling ice cream in a health shop,
that's all I could afford. My rent was $400 a month.
Wow, that was a lot.
And I piggybacked off a gym. They sublet the room to me, and it was great. I was selling smoothies to the guys, and it was kind of good. But that's another story.
But you are expanding, and you have expanded.
I've expanded 4 times. I went from a 7-foot store with a counter, strictly takeout, and I've expanded 4 times, and now I have 1,500 square feet, and I seat about 50 to 60 people. And last week I put in a bid to the landlord to take the space next door, which will double. It'll give me 3,000 square feet, and I'll be able to seat maybe 100, 120 people. Putting in a little stage, a little dance floor for karaoke and stuff, and just having fun, that's all.
But he's expanding in a field that he knows and is comfortable with. Not unlike my business. People are asking me, well, why don't you make a soft ice cream machine? Why don't you make a continuous freezer? Because we want to be known as the very best batch freezer on earth. And so we concentrate on that. So over the last 6 years, we've brought out 2 models catering to this worse economy. Smaller models, more affordable. Not cheaper, but more affordable. The quality is up there, the same as any other machine, but at a rate that you can afford to get into the business.
Let me ask them a question. What's the yield on your small machine?
3 quarts finished.
Okay, that'll make 3 quarts finished. I had an idea for Steve. I told him to advertise that machine in Architectural Digest, in Forbes, in the Robb Report, for people building high-end homes. Wouldn't that be a great idea for a mom to have this, or if she has help in the house, or whatever, food people, to make fresh ice cream in the house in a machine like that?
Totally.
We've sold 2 so far to high-end homes.
I thought that would be throw an advertisement in Architectural Digest, and what a great idea. If he's not going to do it, I'll buy 10 machines and I'll do it.
Well, my house is not the big, it's the old Victorian type house, but that machine there, to me, is just like a high-grade stove.
Right, right. It's like a KitchenAid.
Oh my gosh.
Right. It's
Well, you're
like
going to have a lot of fun with it.
It's like a very good KitchenAid food processor or a Cuisinart or whatever. And it's great looking, and I thought, let him make the sides in colors. Let him offer red, black, and yellow or whatever, and sell it, put an ad in the Robb Report. I mean, they'll eat this up. I'm just, just my idea.
And on House, that website House.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, have a link to that.
And Architectural Digest, any high-end, any person building a home, they're going to want that.
Or just decorating a house.
That's right, decorators too.
Like all those, like,
You're missing the boat here.
My only concern with that, folks, is everybody's got one of these tucked away in the basement.
Not in those houses, they don't.
They're not using that.
Not in those houses.
This is actually how my grandfather, Emery Thompson, started the business. He was
He kicked the bucket.
Yes, he did kick the bucket. He was working in a department store in New York City on 14th Street. Back then, they had no ice cream parlors. You didn't go out to your place because it didn't exist. You actually went to the pharmacy. Or you went to a department store, which down in the basement they sold baked goods, ice cream, and candies. And he was running machines like this in 1903, and he did $100,000 gross sales in 1903. Well, in 1903 dollars, that comes out to $1.2 million in today's money. So the man was working long hours with this kind of machine, and he went back to his home in New Rochelle, New York, a suburb of New York City, and invented a modern-day version of this, still with the same concept. And so it's the world's first patent. So every ice cream that you've ever had, any machine you've ever seen, has been based on our original patents. And the only change through the years, besides instead of rock salt and ice, we use Freon gas. Instead of it being vertical, which Newton's law takes over, and all that candy corn would have dropped to the lower third because of gravity, we turned it sideways so that everything mixes very evenly in the freezing cylinder, and then instead of having to scoop it out, it flows out of the machine. Other than that, it is homemade ice cream. That's exactly what you're making.
But they don't have these in Architectural Digest homes.
Well,
the Robb, you're not going to see this carrying on a Learjet going home.
No, but we all have one of these in the basement somewhere. They're great units. Any questions that you can think of?
We're going to break for lunch? Is that the
Yeah,
deal?
Paul will be here in a minute with the lunch.
Okay.
And we'll break. Ken?
I was going to remind you about boot camp.
Oh, the boot camp.
Oh, yeah. Let's just take this question.
If you're get caught in something and you've got your ice cream's made, you're just timed out, and you just turn the machine off, is that gonna hurt it any issue?
How long?
Or like 5 or 10 minutes?
No.
You want to turn the machine off?
Well, he said if something comes up,
Oh,
if somebody's getting run over outside or something.
absolutely not. No,
Bad
no,
thing.
no, you can't turn off the machine because you've got all the power. Here's your machine. You've got all the power, 3 horsepower motor, turning here and turning all this through a mass. If you're doing Italian ices, you're looking at 50, 60 pounds of sugar water. You saw, I lift weights every day, and you saw how much trouble I had lifting that tub with one hand. That stuff's heavy. And so if you leave it, and you still have some freezing going on even after you shut off the refrigeration, you're freezing it to the walls, you've got this huge mass, and now you're starting it back up like that. We know you're going to make this mistake, so we have put the transmission here, the beater here, and in between the two is called a coupling. It's 2 gears with a plastic housing, and if you do that, you're going to snap that coupling. And you pay for those once, and you won't do it again. Because you can't turn it off. You can't turn off your oven and say, oh, I'll come back in 10 minutes, because your product will be ruined. You are hurting the product. You have to see through the process. So you put up, like Gary in Chelmsford, Mass., you put up the sign, we love you, go away. You know, that's what you have to do.
Somebody's getting run over outside.
Not at the harm of your ice cream. Yes.
Bad.
Turn it off when it's time.
When the product is finished, we're turning off the refrigeration switch so that the barrel is not getting any colder. We've got that on, and we're turning off the refrigeration so it doesn't get any colder, but the beater is still spinning. And so the cold
That
has
you can
stopped,
do.
but the spinning is still going on, and
That
we're going
you
to
can
take
do.
the product out. It's only going to take 30, 35 seconds to get all the product out, so it's not a big deal.
And what I've done with that in mind, because you're busy if you're working alone, what I've done is I've got large containers, 5-gallon containers, which is more than I need. So I'll just stick it under, open the door, and then do what is requiring immediate attention, and it'll flow out.
We're going to break. Oh, there's a question here.
What about if your power goes off when you're doing your mix? What should you do then?
If your power goes off while you're making ice cream,
That's happened.
I would open up the door and take everything out and start over. Start over fresh. That's simple. I know you're in the Caribbean, and so you're more likely to have a power outage than we are. So yeah, it can happen, but you would start over. Just remove everything and begin again. We're going to insert a little thing into this tape, and you'll be able to watch this next week, and it'll be up there forever of what we did here today. So if you missed anything, you'll be able to see it then. But we're going to insert a little video that Jeff has. Hi, Paula. She says lunch is ready. We're going to break for lunch. But you've produced a video about your boot camp. Just tell me a little bit about the boot camp.
Boot camp, it's a 14-hour day. It's a long day. But if you're interested in opening a store, or if you've just recently opened the store and aren't doing as well as you think you should have done, this will get you right there. We cover everything from scouting a location, which is different than finding a location, all the money, and in that 14-hour day, from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock, we're going to sit in my store, which is closed to the public, and we're going to go over every aspect of your business, what it's going to cost you to open it, what are the legal ramifications, everything you can think of, I've thought of. And we're also going to use my Emery Thompson, and we're going to make ice cream. We're not going to make ice cream. You're going to make ice cream with the Emery Thompson machine.
So Jeff, let's take a look at the video and see a little bit more about it.
Okay. Hi friends. Over the past year, I've received many calls and emails from people interested in opening an ice cream store, or those who have just opened one and aren't doing as well as they expected. So during the past year, I've traveled to many places throughout the country helping people open their store or planning to open their store. Two things were wrong with that. First of all, it cost them a lot of money to fly me out there rent a car, rent a hotel, put me up for a couple of days or whatever, and the cost was prohibitive. The second thing that was really apparent was that they weren't getting any real world experience. That's when I began Mystic Ice Cream Boot Camp. This is a 14-hour course in a working ice cream store, my working ice cream store. We'll keep the store closed for the entire day and open it at night. This way we'll have a classroom type atmosphere. The course will be from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. with 4 participants maximum. Those 4 people will go through everything here, and then at 6 o'clock, from 6 to 10, they'll actually participate behind the counter of Mystic Ice Cream, serving people, greeting people, dipping the ice cream, and handling the inventory and the cash register. In short, they'll do everything that has to be done to an ice cream store. At 10 o'clock, we clean up. The sanitary conditions in an ice cream store are paramount. There's a lot of dairy, a lot of sugar, so we'll have to do that. What they'll learn in that day, in that full day, is the complete startup costs of opening your ice cream store. Not any ice cream store, but the one you're planning on opening up. We'll talk about finding and, more importantly, scouting a location. We'll go over your legal options, whether you want to become an S-corp, a partnership, an ownership, limited liability, all those options that you will have. We'll talk about how much lead time you have before your store opens, and again, more importantly, what to do with that lead time. We'll go over the regulations, licenses, and permits that you'll need. Now the equipment. We'll talk about what equipment you absolutely need, and just as important, the equipment that you absolutely don't need when you start up a business. We'll go through your initial supplies and a list of suppliers. Then we'll talk about money, making it, counting it, and keeping it. In short, you'll have a complete store organization. We'll go through your inventory, the advertising and marketing and promotion exposure that you will need, and of course the ones you don't need to spend money on. We'll also talk about employees, hiring them, keeping them, what salary to pay them, and also how to get rid of them. We'll go through the daily money handling, which means you'll actually work the cash register, you'll know how to change the tapes, you'll know how to do the accounting at the end of the night, and you'll know how to make your deposits. Then the big topic, sales tax. We'll go through that as well. The store will be closed to the public for the full day and only open at night. In short, you'll learn if this business is for you. In one day you'll know. You'll understand how to plan it, how to open it, and how to run it. You'll also understand how to make more money than you ever thought you could in this business because it is extremely profitable. You can tie it in with a trip to Steve's seminar if you'd like, and we can do this one day prior I'll run the class and one day after I'll run the class. So the boot camp can be either on a Tuesday or a Thursday, or contact me for dates. I've arranged with local hotels here for discount rates. You'll receive the boot camp workbook, which will be personalized for your operation. You'll also get a copy of the Mystic recipe book with more than 20 great recipes that'll easily carry you through your first year of business. You'll get an organizational CD. We'll have lunch, snacks, and dinner. The cost is $500 per person or $750 for a husband and wife. For more information or to book your date, just contact me at xhippie@aol.com. XHIPPEE@aol.com. Thank you.
Okay, we're back, and that was pretty good.
That was fast.
Yeah, it was fast. I learned a lot on that one.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everybody that you will be making ice cream that day with the Emery Thompson that I have in my store, and it'll be hands-on. You'll actually make the ice cream.
Now, we advertise that we're going to not only all the free ice cream you can eat today, but we also give you lunch. And I have arranged to have avocado sandwiches, and we're having avocado chips, we're having avocado smoothies. And so after we take a little break for lunch, we're going to be back in a couple of minutes, and we're going to make some more ice cream, okay?
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, let's eat.
Avocado ice cream. What were you thinking?
I don't know.
huh?
Out of my misery. All right,
Do
we're
we need
back.
this
We
yet?
had
We
a
don't
very
need
good
this.
lunch, and thank you for joining us for Keep It Fresh. Jeff is going to now make some ice cream, and so I'll let him tell you about it. So take over, Jeff.
All right. We're going to make maple walnut ice cream. And as I told the studio audience here, maple syrup, very expensive. But it's up to you. You can use inexpensive maple syrup. You can use artificial maple syrup. You can use pure maple syrup. I can't tell you what to do. I always found, excuse me, that the best ingredients make the best ice cream. The best ice cream will make the best customers, and the best customers will keep you in a new car every year. So you do what you want. I do what I want. Okay. For this one, we're going to use, this is a very complex recipe with a lot of ingredients, and you can write them down. We're going to use the mix. Now, I don't know whether he wants me to, how many people here? About 20, 25? Oh, how many people here? About 2,500 people? Yeah, you in the balcony here. I blew it. Okay. Oh, but Ken can edit that out. Okay, okay. Okay, for those of you in the balcony, right now we have, I guess, just under 3,000 people here in the auditorium tonight. So we'll make a large amount so that everybody can have it. Everybody can have it. Okay, so we're going to need, let's go with 4 quarts of mix. 4 quarts of mix. All the quart containers are gone. Okay, let's use 4 quarts of mix. Now, if you haven't dealt with these, the first couple are going to be on the floor. They're very unwieldy. But once you get to them, they're pretty good. You can taste this, by the way. It's very good. It's a little sweet, very creamy, very rich. And that's why making ice cream is so simple. Really, all you're doing is embellishing this. Now, if you want to make a terrific vanilla ice cream, the best vanilla ice cream in the world, use this, get your vanilla beans, and I'll tell you where to get them if you want to know. You slit them down the middle, you scrape them, you put the seeds in here. The best thing to do is take a cup of this with your seeds in it and simmer it so that the flavor is actually, what's the word? The flavor is, what? No, the flavor permeates the mix and it dissolves thoroughly. And then when you add it to the rest of it, you'll have great vanilla flavor. Some people don't have time for it, some people don't want to simmer it, but at least if you scrape the beans and put it in here. So anyway, how to get the great vanilla ice cream? Take the mix, put the beans, the seeds in here from, I use my ratio, believe it or not, is 1 bean per quart. I use a lot of beans, a lot of vanilla beans, but my ice cream's amazing. So you scrape it in there, and then the husk, what's left after you scrape the beans out, put it in a half-gallon bottle, fill it with cheap vodka, and add maybe 20 husks and the ends that you cut off, and then seal it up, put it in a dark cabinet, every day turn it once, and in a month you'll have amazing vanilla extract, better than you can buy anywhere. And if you keep doing this every day, if you use a lot of beans, then obviously you've got half gallons on call of any of your vanilla extracts all the time. Works great, and it's much better than you can buy. Okay, any questions about that? No, good. All right, so what did we say, 4? We're going to use 4? We can make 4 or 6, but I guess we'll make 4. How heavy is it? Here, you tell me.
Is it durable? I mean, that's durable. Nails?
Lift it up.
Oh, okay.
Couple of pounds, right?
Yeah.
Work out. Okay. The next thing we're going to use is vanilla. Now, I don't have my homemade vanilla with me, so I'm going to use this stuff. My ratio of vanilla to mix, very high, 1 ounce to 1 quart. It's just the way I've worked out these recipes over the years, and I like my ice cream to be robust and very, very rich. So that's what I do. I make, so what do we need here? How many ounces?
4.
Very good. 4 ounces. Okay, let's do 4 ounces. Sure.
With the vanilla extracts, they're kind of all over the place. You got pure vanilla extract, you got 2X.
Good point.
Where do you go with that?
Good point. Before I made my own, I think making your own is the way to go. Because that'll get you into a habit of using vanilla beans, which you should absolutely, there's no vanilla that's going to be that good. And the vanilla beans, I've got a source for them, and it's really inexpensive. I buy them by the pounds, about 100 beans to a pound. And you go on eBay, I'll let you know where to get them, but it's real good. What? Where? What? eBay. You go on eBay, you look up vanilla beans, you type in vanilla beans, and there's one place that permeates all of eBay with them, and they're in Pennsylvania. The girl's very nice. I don't know the name of it, I just looked for the one from Pennsylvania. And she sells all kind of beans. Tahitian beans, Moroccan beans, Mexican beans. I use all of them. I like the certain flavors are stronger, but more importantly, some of the beans are plumper, some aren't. I like the plump beans. Now, she also sells what she calls splits, vanilla bean splits. Vanilla bean splits are when they get riper, or for whatever reason, they split open. Well, guess what? They're about 1/3 of the price of her regular beans. So, hello, what's the first thing you do? You split them, right? Well, she split them for you. So you just then take the other end of the knife, put it on a plastic cutting board, and zip, and then you got a knife full of the seeds. And you take the husk, the part that's left over, put it in your vodka bottles, seal it up, turn it over, put it in a file cabinet, and then you got great vanilla. What was the question? What was the question? Where to get them? Okay, so now you know where to get them. If you have other questions, just ask away. Okay, vanilla. Now, I'm not pouring it into the machine yet because when you do a recipe, 1 second. Sharona? Chanel, okay. That's go ahead, ask.
How long do you store the vanilla bean in the box?
Okay, she's about half the auditorium from the back, so I had trouble hearing her. I'll repeat her question. How long do you store the beans in the vodka? Is that right? Okay. And somebody in the balcony wanted to know that too. So this is for everybody. I put the husks in a, you know, what are they called? The half-gallon vodka. What are that? Those bottles? 175. Right, the 175 bottles. And I throw them in there, about 20 husks. And then the ends, because you always cut the curly ends off the beans, so I throw those in there too. And I leave them for about a month, and I shake them up, and then the next month, boy, are they ready. They can't be over ready, so don't worry about leaving them. And what I do is I put the date on the bottle. I put the date on it, and then when I use it, I cross it off, put the new date on it. And you'll be amazed. When you open it up, it's so smooth. It's great. It's different. It's better. Okay, so the reason I'm not just adding this stuff, because we may have to mix things before we put it in the machine. So I'm just going to check. Brown sugar. Now we're going to need 12 ounces of brown sugar. So we get our scale out. When you use these scales, put the container, there's so much to know, put the container on, then zero it. So you're not adding the weight of the container, obviously. Got that? So, how much did I say? 12, very good, 12 ounces. 12 ounces. That's 8. That's 10. 11. A lot of talking here. 12. Okay, 12 ounces of brown sugar, light brown sugar, although, of course, you can use dark brown sugar, but light brown is what I found works best. Now we're going to take the vanilla that we have and just add it to the brown sugar, like Julia Child. Then we're going to add maple syrup. Maple syrup, we're going to add 10 ounces of maple syrup. So I brought some. Keeping you awake?
Sorry, I'm jet lagged.
Okay, well, just doze off if you want. 10 ounces of maple syrup. Go ahead, take a little nap. Coffee. You know, I sell 5-hour energy drinks in the car. Okay, how many ounces?
10.
Who said that? Excellent. 10 ounces. Now, here's an interesting question. Is that 10 ounces weight or 10 ounces liquid? How many people think liquid? How many think weight? You're wrong. It's 10 ounces liquid. So we go in here and we go to 10 ounces liquid. Maple syrup, the good stuff. Okay, let's add this to here. You know it's going to be good. Look what we're putting in this stuff. Okay, and now there's 2 secret ingredients in the maple walnut ice cream. They won't be secret in a minute. One secret ingredient is this. And this we need 6 ounces of. It is caramel, or caramel as we say. It is caramel. Six ounces. If you weren't here, you know what I would do, right? Okay, can I have a spatula, please?
Sure.
Oh, never mind, I have one.
Right.
Okay, so, come on, you'd do it too, wouldn't you?
What were you doing?
When you pour the caramel, and I was pouring it into here,
Yeah.
and it dribbled off, I said, you know what I would do if you weren't here, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Double dipping's not allowed, licking's okay.
Right. Okay.
That's a real good rule.
The next thing, another secret ingredient in this is chocolate syrup. And we're going to use 4 ounces of chocolate syrup. So 4 ounces of this. You know, how could this be bad? You see what's going in this? You could eat it raw. Okay, 4 ounces of chocolate syrup. And now we're ready. What are we missing? Walnuts. Oh, this class is great. Okay, we're missing the walnuts. Now, here again, you can buy cheap walnuts, walnut pieces, or the good stuff. I buy the good stuff. Remember when you were a kid and you got wet walnuts on your ice cream? That's what it is. Now, I'm not going to add this yet. Because of the Emery Thompson, we can throw this right into the mix. It's perfect. I'll tell you, the machine makes the ice cream. Okay, tell me this. Oh, God.
I didn't clean it out for you. What was in there last? Shark tooth?
Yeah.
All right, I got it. You keep talking, I'll clean it. So I'm going to have to take it out.
If anybody gets a tooth in their ice cream.
I was going to say, how do you feel like candy corn in your...
Okay, what we can do now is we can take our whisk and we can start to mix together, because in here, as you know, we have chocolate syrup, caramel, brown sugar, maple syrup. We've got all that good stuff. And to make it a little easier to mix, what do you think we should do? Good man. Pour a little of the mix in. Pour a little of this in. Right? I'm at a big disadvantage working here. Good thing he doesn't pay me that much.
You're still on the payroll?
Okay, so we'll put that in here, and that'll make it infinitely easier to whisk up. And since it's all going in the machine anyway, we're okay. Whisks. Don't buy the cheap little home whisks, the good whisks. Restaurant Depot, about $8. I mean, it's ridiculous how good these are for $8. Now, in my store, I use a, what's it called? A food processor, but I wouldn't use that for liquid. Okay, big secret here, get your pins out. This is a big secret. Go to Home Depot and buy a paint mixer for your drill. It's about this long, and on the end is a little mixer. I cut mine down about this much, so it's only about that high. And put it in your drill and mix this stuff up. It does the best job in the world. And that's about $3.
With the actual drill?
And it's, yeah, with a drill. And it's stainless steel. I mean, it doesn't rust, it lasts forever. Good tip, huh? Yeah. Yeah, man.
I got 2 letters on that. One was from Sears, and they said they thought it was absolutely horrible. And the other was Black & Decker, and they loved it. So I guess it depends on which drill you're working.
It doesn't depend on anything. That's the best thing, one of the best things I've ever done.
It's funny looking, but it works.
It's great. I pull it off, I put the thing in, zip, and I'm done. I hardly use my whisks anymore. It's great.
Okay, we're good over here.
Okay. You know you would do it, right? Of course you would. Okay, so keeping with everything else. Now, before you put it in the batch freezer, it always pays, go over your recipe. Make sure, what I do is I count the ingredients to make sure I've got everything. So I've got the mix, 4 quarts we're going with, right? 4 quarts. I've got the vanilla. Did I put the vanilla? I put the vanilla in there. The brown sugar's in there, right? The maple syrup, the caramel, the chocolate syrup. So we're all good except for the wet walnuts, which we'll add once it's all in there. So we're ready to go?
Ready to go. All cleaned out.
Okay. Good idea to smell your machine before you do everything. You never know. Something might have died in there. Okay. Now, once again, I'm not going to pour all of this in. And it'll become apparent. Oh, just so many things you learn over the road. And now, this stuff.
That was me.
Now we'll take some of the mix, put it in here. Spatula, get all that stuff in there. This is going to be good ice cream. And then in she goes. Close this before you turn it on, otherwise you get that. And we'll go to 170 again. And in it goes. And we're ready to roll. Timer. And now all you have to Sadie. And now all you have to deal with is the mess. But that's all right. Maple syrup goes on here. Caramel goes on here. The good thing about this, and I'll give you the supplier for plastics too, is that it's such good quality that after I put the top on, I can just run this under hot water and it'll clean right up. Same with the maple syrup. That's for another project. Okay, the brown sugar goes away. And when are we going to add the wet walnuts? Well, depends. If you think about it, walnuts are pretty flavorful. So I like to add them right away, because that way you get the walnut flavor from the nuts in there. If you add them towards the end or after it's extracted, you lose that. What? How much? This much. What kind? What do you think that, well, what do you think that is? 8, 12, 16, or 24? What do you think it is, Steve?
Can't see it.
No, what, how many ounces?
That whole thing? 16.
24.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Maple walnut ice cream. Can't beat it. What else? Anything else? They're falling asleep.
When you make your chocolate, do you grind them or pulverize like the bars or whatever?
When I make chocolate,
Yeah.
secret ingredient. It's secret ingredient. It's
For $5, I'll tell you what it is. I gotta make some money here somewhere.
it is an amazing secret ingredient. Should I tell them?
I would tell them. They're not gonna tell anyone.
It's in my book. They won't buy the book.
I'll tell you what. Since you don't want everybody in the audience, 10 million people in 172 countries watching, cover over your microphone and then just tell them real quick.
All right, I'll tell you. There are 2 secret ingredients. Well, there's more than 2, but 2 very, very excellent ones. And they're going to change everything about your ice cream. Okay, the first one is, this reminds me of a joke. The guy wanted to know the meaning of life. So he figured the Dalai Lama. So he makes his trip to the Himalayas. And he asks the people in the town, I've got to see the Dalai Lama. I want to know the meaning of life. And they say, first you must stay here. He'll give you an audience in a week. So the guy says, all right. A week later, the Dalai Lama calls for him. He trudges up the mountain, huge mountain. He's exhausted. He gets to the top and he's sitting there and he says, I need to see the Dalai Lama. I want to know the meaning of life. So the guy says, wait here. So he waits another few days. The Dalai Lama comes out and he sits down in the yoga position and he faces him and the guy says, oh, Dalai, I want to know the meaning of life. And the Dalai Lama says, you want to know the meaning of life? He says, yes, I want to know the meaning of life. So the Dalai Lama sits there for what seemed like an eternity. And then he looked at him and he said, the meaning of life is always, never. You got to be sharp. It's somewhat like, what'd you ask about this? the chocolate. The meaning of life with the chocolate is always, I mean never, it's Ghirardelli's, you know them in San Francisco, they make sweet chocolate powder, which is this. They make white and dark. This is amazing. It's sweet chocolate powder. It's not cheap. I buy it in the 30-pound cartons and they run $100. But if you want to make ice cream that's incredibly memorable, I mean, I'm telling you, this is it. This is what to use. It's in the book as far as how much to use, when to use it. There are two things, the dark chocolate and the white chocolate. The white chocolate is ground powder also. And it's amazing. It is the secret of great ice cream. They don't make it for ice cream. This is just their powder. But the white chocolate is a little more expensive. That's 25 pounds for about 110, 115. The dark chocolate is 30 pounds for $100. And then if you're good, you can find the place free shipping, but you can't get it cheaper. They used to sell it in 50-pound boxes, but they stopped. So now you can get the dark in 30 pounds. It's Ghirardelli's, Ghirardelli. Ghirardelli. And it is truly the secret of unbelievable ice cream. How can I watch my back?
If I don't run you over.
And what, pray tell, are you preparing for?
This is going to be banana gelato.
What's that? What's that?
That's banana.
Ah.
That's called the deli paste from a company called Fabry, which is as old as we are.
Okay, we are almost there. Everybody having a good time? Really? Because imagine you get to do this every day. How much fun is that? Right? Every day, this is what you do. And then people come in and you make them happy. Yes?
Do you ever grind your walnuts up in your food processor?
I'm sorry?
Do you ever grind your walnuts up in your food processor, or do you always?
No, I never grind the nuts up in a processor.
It won't add any
Because
flavor.
the machine does it for you. Now, another machine, you can't do that. I mean, I don't know that, but that's what Steve says. Any other machine, you can't do that.
Well, it would ruin the dasher and damage the cylinder.
Is it ready yet? No. What has to happen? Has to break. It's a good group. Okay, maple walnut, then he's going to make banana. Then if we have time, then I'm going to make the chocolate Cabernet. That'll set you off. Okay, what else? What else should we do? Oh, this thing here, I don't have that on my machine. This is a grid, so that, I don't know, why is this grid here?
So you can't put your fingers in the machine while it's running?
Ah, a lawyer thing.
Yeah, it's a lawyer thing.
Yes.
Definitely.
How long would you say it takes to learn your machine, like get really comfortable with it?
Well, you'll learn it in about an hour, because it's a very simple machine. The nuances of it, I'd say it took me 6 months to a year. But that's only because I'm nuts about it. You know, I take it apart. I clean my machine twice a day. I just love the machine.
Yeah, how about cleaning it hard?
Cleaning?
You've seen us
No,
do it.
I've got a trick for cleaning the machine at the end of the day that makes it so much easier. And I didn't understand that for a year. For a year, it took me hours to clean the machine. Now I have a way to do it in 15 minutes. That yours or mine?
That's mine. That's yours. You want some more?
No, I'm all right. Some people say when it looks like gravy, you're ready. He lets his go a little longer than I let mine go. Just personal preference.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But if you
ready.
let it go too far or take it out too soon, it destroys the integrity of the product. Especially too much. Well, too soft also, because then when you freeze it, it's going to get icy crystals. It won't have that creamy texture.
It's got to be ice cream to begin with, so if you pull it out too soft, it's not ice cream.
Yeah. And if you let it go too much, it's butter.
Yeah.
So there's the art part. And that's why some places you'll taste the ice cream, same ice cream, it won't be quite as good or it'll be a little different than what you make. And maybe that was your question, how long before you get to know the machine to know that stuff? Depends how artsy you are. There's science to this and there's art to this. The science I've broken down into my books. The art is up to you. You know, it's the art. It's also your frame of mind.
But
If you're, go ahead.
You've also seen all the so-called secrets to it. If you open it and it oozes out, it's not ready. If it cuts off like a knife went through it, it's ready. And this is the kind of thing, I have now over 50 YouTubes and about 36 hours of instructional videos at our website. And they're the kind of thing you just watch them and you'll see over and over again the same thing. Now, I don't make 1/10 the amount of ice cream that Jeff makes. I make it for classes like this and when I want to have ice cream for families. But it's like anything, repetitiveness makes it easier. But I was talking to someone the other day and it just shows what a bad salesman I am. They wanted to buy a CB350 to experiment with, and then they would buy a 24 quart for their production. And I said, that's a waste of time. You know, you don't need to spend years experimenting. You have some good recipes and you're going to do just fine. It's like I know nothing about cooking. I'm a typical male. I can cook on a grill. You can't cook in the house. But if you said, Steve, you've got to make pancakes today. It's life or death that you make pancakes. I'm going to pick up the joy of cooking, and I'm going to follow the recipe. It's going to say this much flour, this much sugar, so-and-so, cook it for a certain amount of time, and it's going to come out to be a decent pancake. Now, if I decide to go into the Steve Thompson International House of Pancakes, I will then add my own expertise to it, like grinding up the M&Ms as opposed to just throwing them in. So you'll be in business, you'll be running the machine in very short order. It's easy, it's no harder than an oven, but you'll always be refining your technique. And what you want to do is what I've been doing today, and that's experimenting. If something comes out miserable, which the avocado did, and one person liked it.
One person liked it.
If that happens, then you make changes. Like Jeff said, tasting it, he would have added some sugar to it, and I think that might not be a bad idea to keep it a true avocado product.
Or you could reduce the amount of avocado to none.
Yes, and then just call it sweet cream ice cream.
There you go.
Anybody know that?
The story.
Sweet cream ice cream in many places is the most popular flavor. Sweet cream ice cream is the dairy mix with nothing in it, no vanilla, no flavor, nothing. And it came about a customer, I think it was Mother Buckers in Greenwich Village in the back in the 70s, who came up with sweet cream ice cream first. They were making ice cream till 11 o'clock at night. They were exhausted. They always had lines out the door. And somebody forgot to put the vanilla into the mix. And so they made this ice cream, and they said, well, we don't want to throw it out. So the next morning they put up a chalk sign in front of the store. Today's special, sweet cream ice cream. And it's just the dairy product, which is sweet to begin with, without anything in it. And it became one of the biggest selling flavors. There are stores in the country that's their #1 flavor. So sometimes your craziest mistakes become your best flavors.
That avocado could have been the rage.
Yeah.
Instead of the garbage.
Yes. And I just know that my shark is going to become the rage.
We have to figure out a way not to have those things freeze.
This thing cost me $42. I'm going to get as much mileage out of it as I can.
I agree you should. But we have to figure out how not to freeze those candy corns.
Yeah.
They were hard.
That's true. Put them in last.
Or put them in a food processor.
Yeah, but then you couldn't see the shark's teeth. But we'll work on it.
Okay, we are almost there. Almost.
But it's really that simple. Just checking how it looks. It will tell you where you are in the process. Yes?
Just a quick question, Steve. I see Jeff keeps peeking in there. Can we come up and peek in that and see, what are you actually seeing in there? Like, I know you.
There's a movie on that little screen.
No, like you.
And I'm almost over.
You see how big it is in there?
Actually, it's probably more a habit. It looks just like this.
Yeah, it doesn't look any different than that. It's just spinning around.
But I envision things when I look in here. I go into another world. I like it in there.
Now, the only other thing I noticed, you didn't set your timer for this.
Come on up.
He's not a timer person. You're not a timer.
No, I'm
No.
not a timer person either. I have in my head what 10 minutes is, or 8 minutes, usually 8 minutes, and then you do go back and check it from time to time. Again, every flavor is going to be different. The higher the sugar content, the longer the freezing time.
Right, now, does this have a lot of sugar in it? Yeah. You bet it does. Between the brown sugar, the maple syrup, the walnuts, the caramel.
And then if you go adding a bottle of bourbon to it, well, then we're off to the races. It's going to add another 3 or 4 minutes. Alcohol will never freeze. What does alcohol freeze at? 270 below zero? So it'll never freeze, but it will stay in suspension. There's another gentleman who's written books, and he says that you have to add the alcohol at the end if you've got anything but an Emery Thompson, because it just won't even freeze in the machine.
Well,
we're so powerful in the freezing of this that the alcohol goes right in.
it does depend, I found, on the ratio. If
Sure.
you put a drop, I mean, let's go to an extreme. If you put a drop of bourbon in this whole bag, it'll freeze fine, right?
Yeah.
If you put 5 drops into half a bag, it'll still freeze fine. So there's a tipping point. And that's what you have to find. That's what I've done all the work for. I found the tipping points in Amaretto Fudge, Bailey's, Grand Marnier. I found the tipping point so that I do maintain the integrity of the ice cream and yet still have the alcohol in it. I'm going back inside now.
But he's not doing anything different than looking at it.
And then recycling.
Yeah.
This will be a great dessert to lunch.
He asked if they kicked off their delay to get back, like a house.
The question is, if you turn off the refrigeration, is there a delay to get it back on? Not more than 30 seconds. It's not quite like a house, because these have, getting technical, start and run capacitors, which will start it right back up. But, there's nothing wrong with turning off the refrigeration. In fact, that's a good point. I don't really want to start bad habits here, but if you absolutely, positively had to save Jeff's person who's getting run over out in the parking lot, turn off the refrigeration and go save the person, and then, say, you'll be...
That way it won't freeze into a block.
And then come back. That way it won't freeze up. It'll just pretty much stay the way it is, maybe a little softer, but you can recover it. So you can play with the on and off of the refrigeration, not the spinning.
Right, right, right. So, here we are.
Is it soup yet?
Well, it's
Getting there. It's all that, it's all that sugar. See how it does make a difference? So if I put a timer on here that was going to shut off every time at 8 minutes, I'd be having to go back and turn it back on again, which, is just a pain in the neck.
and the barrel also retains some temperature as it goes first batch in the morning to middle of the morning to the afternoon.
If you make continuous batches, it will be a shorter time, but it won't keep getting shorter.
No.
If it goes from 10 to 8, it'll stay at 8 until you rinse it out again, and then it becomes 10 minutes again. But the average time for making ice cream is about 8 minutes. And as a manufacturer, we're always going to pick, the average and simplest time. So we're talking vanilla. When Jeff goes and puts all these different sugars in, yes, it's going to, again, take your freezing time longer. Italian ice will be, if a batch is 8 minutes on this machine, Italian ice will be 18 minutes, because Italian ice is
Water and sugar.
It's got all that in it, and that's going to really hinder your freezing time. But the machine can take it. It's designed to do that.
Yeah, I would just put the liquid in before the sugar if you're not going to dissolve it first.
I don't dump the sugar in raw like you did
Yeah.
because the stuff is like sandpaper.
Well, that's why I put the mix in first, and I always start the machine so that when I'm pouring it, it's naturally mixing.
Right, well, I let you do it because it eats up your blades and I make more money off it. Yes.
So when I make my lemonade at home, I might do like syrup. Do I don't have to do that here? I don't have to melt the sugar into the milk or into the water?
No, you don't even have to do it at home. You know, just get a good whisk and stir, and you'll see right away that your sugar is dissolved. You're just wasting your time making a simple syrup. The problem with making it at home is you don't have anything at home that is cold enough to make a true Italian ice. It's always going to be kind of runny because it takes a lot of refrigeration. Hi, Paula.
See the frost on the outside here? That's okay. That just means there's a high sugar content. All of my adult flavors freeze up on the outside too.
Because it's getting so cold in there.
Right. Okay, we're ready to roll.
All right. You ready to zoom in? There it is. Look how fast it comes out. Now you hear the refrigeration, it's getting ready to shut off. You can hear the whine as it's going up. It's pumping the Freon gas from the cylinder back down into the holding tank over the receiver. And now Jeff is speeding it up to help get the last bit out.
And we also do this trick, although you probably hate me for it.
No, I do it. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay.
The beater is spinning counterclockwise in there, and so what Jeff is doing is, with a soft tip spatula, he's creating a dam that is going to block the last bit of ice cream.
Okay, let's eat some ice cream.
All right. Come on up.
You don't think I'm serving it, do you? It is good.
Okay, now we're going to make a true gelato. The gelato, by definition, is a low-fat ice cream. It's still an ice cream, and the only real difference in it, besides being low-fat, is it uses different flavors. Instead of maple walnut, Oreo cookie, Cookie Monster, mint chip, there's things like tiramisu, fruited Tabasco, hazelnut, just a different line of flavors. There was a lot of rage about gelato a few years ago. It's pretty much fallen by the wayside to a degree. There aren't droves of people opening up gelaterias. Our machines make better gelato than anything the Italians ever invented because we can make so much variation on it with the infinite overrun, and we can put everything into the machine, as you're going to see, and they can't. If I was doing a full spectrum ice cream parlor, I would probably have 4 or 5 flavors of gelato in the store and rotate in different flavors of it. I wouldn't open up just a straight gelateria because there's one fatal flaw with it. 3 people walk in. One person wants tiramisu gelato, the next person wants mint chip ice cream, and the third person wants a cherry Italian ice. We as a gelateria are saying to 2/3 of the customers who just walked in, go away, we don't have anything for you. We sell gelato. It's what we call in TV narrow casting. You're going after too small a market. If you're a frozen dessert business that has Jeff's old-fashioned hard ice cream, my Italian ices, and some gelato, now you're hitting all segments of the market that is going to appeal to everybody. So I want to show you a true gelato. What makes gelato gelato to me is the flavors, and we Americans don't really make gelato flavors. Even though this is banana, and a banana can be considered an American flavor, this is a company called Fabri out of Bologna, Italy, and they've been around as long as Emery Thompson has. They were incorporated in 1905, the same year we were. And Mrs. Fabri was actually working in her kitchen and was making jams and putting them up in these beautiful white porcelain jars with blue scrolling on it, and that became their logo. And today, this is called deli paste. I don't have any idea what deli paste means. You know, it's not the same stuff that you're going to, find, when you get a corned beef on rye at a deli. But that's what they call it. And this is banana. It's a concentrated paste. It's absolutely fabulous. And I'm going to use this in conjunction with some fresh bananas. Again, if it was an Italian machine, you couldn't put the bananas in. All you could do is have banana gelato with bananas put in it, but I want the flavor of those bananas. The more ripe, I guess that's better terminology, the more ripe the bananas, the better. I mentioned my friend Gary Faselli at Gary's Ice Cream, and I used to tell people, see, the darker and more spotted the banana gets, the higher the sugar content. This banana is sweeter than a very pretty yellow-looking banana. This is better tasting, it just looks awful. So I used to tell my customers, go to the supermarket and say to the greengrocer, hey, listen, your bananas are getting all spotted and gray, it's going to be hard for you to sell them. I'll buy them for half price. And Gary looked at me one time, he said, Steve, you're a rookie. I go into the grocery store and I say, you see all those dark bananas over there that you can't sell? I'll tell you what, I'll take them off your hands for free, and that way you don't have to throw them into the dumpster, which is taking up space in your dumpster, which you then have to pay to dump. You know, much better at it than I was. So we're going to use technically gelato is a 7 to 10% fat product. I like to use something a little higher. It's easier to get, and that is a 10% ice cream mix, which we've been using all day today. Backtracking a little bit, one reason our gelato is better than Italian gelato, and I stated that once on a bus in the way to Florence with a crowd of ice cream people, and we were there to taste gelatos. I said, we make better gelato in America than they do. And they all were in an uproar. They said, oh, no, it's Italian. And I said, hey, my grandfather invented the gelato machine, and we have better dairy product. There are beef cattle in Italy, but there's no dairy cattle. Their dairy cattle are on the Pampas in Argentina. And in Argentina, they milk the cows. And then a friend of mine, Henningsen Foods, I grew up with them, they invented a process called spray drying, where they take the dairy product and they ram it through a series of screens and it becomes a powder. So Fabry and other companies take fresh dairy product, turn it into a powder, and then ship it to Bologna, Italy, where it's put up in these nice foil packages. It's then shipped to the Port of Elizabeth and then finally shipped to you. So this is better traveled than I ever will be. And this started as in the cow, maybe 6-10 months ago. Now you compare this powder, to what we're using here, fresh milk, cream, and sugar that came out of the cow yesterday, the milk, cream, and skim milk did, compared to something that was turned into a powder 6 months ago. And you tell me who makes the better gelato. We do, because we have fresher ingredients. I mean, really, would you... This is a brand that you would all know. Carnation non-fat dry milk. Would you give that to your family on their cereal in the morning? That's what you're asking them to do with this. I mean, what's the difference? They're powders. This was spray dried from fresh milk. We keep this stuff around for hurricanes so that we can have milk if the power is out for 5 days. Otherwise, there's no way you would give this to your family. You'd go down to the supermarket and buy fresh milk. Well, that's what we do with our product. We buy fresh product from the dairy. The unfortunate thing is we call it mix, M-I-X. Mix sounds like this, but it's very fresh product. So right off the bat, I think we have better gelato than they do. Forgetting machinery, forgetting formulas, anything. We have fresher product to start with. So when gelato first hit American shores, it was in San Francisco, probably back in the early to mid 70s. And what ice cream parlors did then is they were all running 16% fat, and they just took the Italian flavorings and added it to the 16% and called it gelato. So it goes to show gelato can be pretty much anything you want it to be. But I've settled on, I like 10%. It's got a great flavor. It doesn't taste so weak. And I'm still using the gelato flavors. Could I have a gelato pan, Jeff?
Certainly, sir. Certainly.
Oh, stop it. Thank you. Now we do make it and serve it like this. The Italians will tell you that you've got to make it fresh in the machine, and then they take their worst their worst problem and try to turn it into their best asset. They will take the gelato out of the machine. It comes out very slowly out of their batch freezer. And so the whole time it's coming out, they're taking a spatula and whipping it up and putting, making little peaks on it. Because the stuff's coming out so damn slow, they've got nothing better to do than just to, play with it all day. And once you put it into the cabinet and start scooping it, hey, there goes all your pretty decoration. So the first 2 people eating ice gelato get to see the nice decoration. After that, forget it. The big problem with gelato also is, and Jeff has got it down to a science. He is making his ice cream today to sell tonight. He knows pretty much down to the person how many people are going to come to his store, because he's in an environment, Florida, where people eat ice cream. They're not affected by the weather. He knows how many are going to come out, so he can get away with doing it. The gelaterias in the United States, when they came out in mid 2000s, they were making their gelato, and then people would come in on Tuesday, and then they wouldn't come in again till Saturday. And so this stuff, gelato, without keeping it in the case for 5-6 days, was going bad. And they needed to harden it, but they didn't want to harden it. They wanted to keep it fresh. Well, the bottom line is they were throwing out at least 33% of their product every week. So their business, again, dollars and cents, was doomed to failure, because if I had to throw out 33% of the stainless steel I buy for this place, and I buy by truckloads, if I had to throw out 33% every week, I'd be out of business in no time. And that's what happened to the gelaterias, is they were so narrow cast. We only sell gelato. We're only making it today, and it's going to sit here for 5 days. One thing I did is I wrote an article. I said, put it in the freezer. You don't have to have it all nicely decorated. Put it in the freezer and let it get hard, like we do American ice cream, and then scoop it from there. You can scoop it softer by putting it in a warmer cabinet. You don't have to keep it at 6 degrees. We can serve gelato at 10 or 12. So I've taken gelato and modified how we use it, but it's still a delicious product. There's no question about it. So I've already sanitized the machine while Jeff was working, and I've got my dairy product here. I'm going to pour in. Oh, we have one customer here who's taking delivery of a machine today. You know who you are. After I make this product, because I want you to see the machine, after I make this, if the 3 of you would go see Paula, so we can start arrange to put your machine in your car. She's all ready for you. So that's part of it. This is the banana flavor. Wrong machine. And I'm just going to pour that in. See, there's really no science or secret to making gelato. It's the same as what Jeff is doing. A spatula. I'm going to grab one from you. Thanks. And this stuff's expensive, so I'm going to make sure I get as much out of it as I can.
How much is it?
Jeff, I don't know the cost. But it's expensive. There's no question. Okay, and then I'm going to add the rest of my mix, or my blend. Now I turn on the beater, and I'm at full speed. I can turn on the refrigeration. Now I'm starting the freezing process, and I'm going to slow the speed down, but I want to put my bananas in first. Don't try this with any other machine. They'll actually void your warranty. Come on, guys, in you go.
That's a funny scene from this angle.
Well, sorry. Let me slow this down a bit.
try this.
Okay. And you can do this with all the Emery Thompsons. Put in whole fresh fruit. There's a couple of
Better than
speeds
a
where it
shake.
spits at me. And this is one of them. There we go. Always use the back of a spatula, not your fingers. Now, something like Oreo cookies, the opening is large enough that they'll just slide right in. But the bananas are a little bit thicker. Let's save that one. Again, the more speckled the banana, the sweeter it is. We'll definitely have time for your next flavor.
Not a problem. I come prepared.
Okay. All right. Now let me turn that down. I'm going to take that down to 140 RPMs.
Now don't get worried about all the computations on his unit there. I'm in the middle of talking. Don't get concerned about that because my machine doesn't have that. That's a relatively new invention, the infinite overrun. And while it does serve to help you definitely make different products, right?
Yeah.
I don't have one.
You know, the reason, I'd say about 90% of the machines, maybe higher, that leave here are leaving with the infinite overrun control. And some of those people are just doing Italian ices. And they don't need it for Italian ice. It's absolutely unnecessary.
But someday.
Someday, and also we don't know 5 years from now what product is going to come along that may be a fad that we want to make. But we know that with the infinite overrun, the ability to adjust the speed to anything, we can make anything we want. Example was years ago when Splenda first came out. The stuff to use Splenda in ice cream, it inhibited air. It just would not take on air. So we actually built a machine for the Splenda people that was a higher RPM just to take the product up. Turned out nobody wanted the ice cream. I'm sorry, it was not Splenda, it was NutraSweet. And nobody wanted ice cream with NutraSweet, so it didn't turn into a market. But there was a case where if you could vary the speed, you can match the product that's coming along. I'm just going to rinse my hands off.
Yeah, not a problem. So what did they want it for?
They couldn't get the product to blow up. The NutraSweet was inhibiting
No
incorporating air.
Really? Huh.
But mentioning Splenda, you can use Splenda in ices and ice cream. You need more solids. People call up and they say, I want to make a sugar-free Italian ice. You can do it, but there's a problem with it. Splenda doesn't have enough of what we call solids. Remember, solids are sugar or dairy. Splenda doesn't have enough solids to be able to mix sugar, Splenda, water, and flavor. It won't turn into Italian ice. There's a product called multidextrin. And I found out about the hard way because I'm a diabetic and so I'm not supposed to be eating any of this stuff. And it was Stouffer's was advertising sugar-free chocolate candies. Wow, great. So I bought a bag at CVS and proceeded to eat the whole bag. You know, what would you expect? And then I read the instructions and said this product contains multidextrin, which has a laxative effect. Boy, was that an understated statement. Holy cow. And it said, we recommend you eat 1 or 2 pieces at a time, at a sitting. Yeah, a whole bag later. I might as well have, taken a flight to Mexico and said, okay, give me Montezuma's Revenge. It was terrible. And so People may want sugar-free, and we can give you sugar-free, but you're not going to sell it twice, because remember, people don't analyze their food. They say, oh, that ice cream made me feel bad, ergo I'm not going to eat at that restaurant anymore. Down here in Florida, in New York, we have what I call the fat wars. If you're selling 14% fat, I'm going to sell 16%. That's the rating that this goes by, is what's the fat content. Federal government says that the minimum is 10% called ice cream. Anything below 10% is ice milk, a term you don't see anymore. So that's why they call it gelato and frozen yogurt, and because there's no federal terms for it. But in New York, it's going to be 16, so I can say I'm the richest ice cream in New York. You take that same mentality and come down here, and those ice cream parlors fail. And it took me the longest time to figure out why. Well, if you eat Haagen-Dazs and then go out in this 95-degree heat with 100% humidity, if you don't drop dead halfway to the parking lot, you're going to get dizzy, sweaty, you're going to have a stomach ache. The body can't take that much fat in this kind of heat. So my successful ice cream parlors here in the South are running a 10% or 12% fat product. And it makes a tremendous difference. It's refreshing, it's light, it leaves you feeling satisfied like I could have another ice cream cone. So it's just one example of how you adjust the product to the area where you're in. Yes?
How do you have control over how much fat? Is that from the dairy?
The question is, how do you have control over the fat? It's what you order from the dairy. And this is one of the problems of trying to make your own mix. When this comes from the dairy and it says it's, say, 14%, it's certified, it's 14%.
So you got a whole
now,
bunch
if you
of
were making
cartons
your
out there
own
ready to
mix
go, huh?
or blend, what you're not taking into
good is
account that the dairy does is there's a difference between
All right, that's a
cows.
real good
Between Jerseys and Guernseys,
made
they're going to have a different fat content. I deal with a lot of people doing goat's milk. Their fat content is much higher. I have a lady who's milking bison to make ice cream. And I asked her, I said, how do you milk a bison? And she said, very carefully.
Oh, yeah, Steve does too.
But when you make your own mix, you really don't know the ins and outs of those changes. Also, if you have a bad winter up north, a lot of snow, the cows don't produce as high a fat content as they do when the weather's good. So the dairy adjusts this mix so that when they say it's 14, you better believe it's 14, because they're being analyzed and checked by the individual states, and they can't afford to make mistakes. This thing got awfully quiet. Okay, it's coming along. That's why I wanted this. See, not quite ready. Close. In fact, very close. I think you'll find this has a good flavor. Yes, question?
I noticed you did not put lemon juice in banana. Do you need to do that for the oxidation?
Okay. The recipe called for, did it call for banana, yes.
My first banana ice cream, it turned gray.
All right. The recipe calls for 2 tablespoons of fresh lemon juice, which I forgot.
Okay,
Here.
so you do
Here.
need to do that. Freeze it with the
Yeah. It's a little too late.
You think? Oh yeah, I think so.
It's too late.
Well, why don't you?
But here's the
suck on
recipe.
this?
It's just lemon just enhances the flavor. It's
It's not turned gray, right?
Yeah, it helps to prevent them from turning brown.
It turned gray.
if I was using all bananas instead of the paste, that would definitely be the case. Since I only added a few bananas,
Oh, since you use the paste.
yeah, it won't happen with the paste.
Because I ruined my first banana ice cream that way.
We have. Sure, we'll have time for this.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's
Okay,
only
so
1:30.
I'll
We got
open
till 2.
Okay, I'll open
So
it, right?
crank it up.
Okay.
I'm ready here. I'm going to turn off the refrigeration and open the gate. And I can speed it up. You can see this makes a lot more than does the 3-quart. I mean, that's a lot of product.
Beautiful
I'm gonna
thing.
need another container. Maybe one of those quart containers of Paula's. That would be good. Jeff, you want to try it and see what you think? This is another one I haven't
Like
made.
being a guinea pig, right?
Well, I haven't made it, and I figured kill you off before me.
Whoa, that's delicious. I said, whoa, that's delicious. You should be charging up here to get some.
Well, that's because we haven't invited them up yet. Come
And
on
save,
up and let's try
save
this.
a little room for the next one.
Oh, they will.
Nobody's charging up here.
Come on up.
It's very good.
Is it?
What do you call it?
Banana.
No, how about an exotic name?
Banana.
Somebody would say the freezer made it not unnecessary.
Oh, that's delicious.
Yeah, that's
Whoops.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, my pleasure. You know what this needs? Walnuts.
That would be nice too.
Some walnuts.
Or since I'm not a walnut fan, I'd probably put candied pralines.
Oh, that's good too. I make my own pralines.
That would be nice.
We're trying to figure out how to. Somewhere. Hey, can you go just really, really small, Jeff? Just
Like a little spatula.
there you go. A little
Remember how
bit
you
more.
were floating?
I know you got one size, right? I'm sorry.
That's small.
Well, you don't. You don't really have to do that because it's just a matter of time. If I wait another 30 seconds, I get it all out.
A what?
I think we're all
A spoon?
Spoon? No, we're not.
Spoons.
I got them over here.
Spoons, here they come.
Those are the. Here we go. It's the dairy again. There you go. You have enough mix, don't you?
Oh, sure, I'm making a,
Okay.
if you want to. I mean, you couldn't if I made it, but not mine.
No, it would cost too much. Yeah, everything is about affordability. This works beautifully. I mean, there's nothing left in there. We've opened it up, and you know, it's got like 3 ounces.
Like if you make this ice cream today, you wouldn't serve it till tomorrow.
Well, no, you know, I have a trick for being able to
This one
serve it
actually
that
comes
night.
with this guard on it.
I put it in half-size containers, and I bury it deep
But
in the
you can
freezer.
take it off.
It's ready in a couple of
I
hours.
like it on this because with this size, it'll splash water sideways, and this directs it down.
Huh?
You don't do gelato.
Everything's cost. That's about a $2,000 cover. So
It's the same
that's a
thing.
casting of stainless steel.
It really
And
is.
this is
I
all
know.
stainless steel, but we've
really is.
machined it. We've fabricated that,
My brother got a.
and that's casting. So to add $2,000 more for the cover is not worth it.
It's 900 square feet.
Perfect.
Beautiful, really. I want a dessert.
Just the
Perfect.
flavors and the fat
I want a
content.
gelato. Only because.
Yes.
Italian.
Yeah, it would normally
pizza.
have less fat content because the normal fat content for ice cream in the United States is 14%. Jeff and I run 10.
Boy, do it.
Oh, I'm doing it.
Wow, if you don't do it, I will.
Get the 350.
Yeah, that's
I have
right.
to start with that one. 'Cause I
Yes.
Perfect.
have to. It's perfect.
Hey, I ran an amazing business on
Ice
this
milk
little
is
thing.
anything below 10%. And there's whole generations growing up who have never heard of ice milk. Yeah, because it's got a bad
My
connotation.
concern is,
It's ice milk sounds like a cheap product. Actually, gelato is ice milk.
the gelato case.
But see, the way around the law is there's no federal,
Very, very expensive.
there is a federal term
Yeah.
definition for ice cream, and there's one for ice milk.
Buy used one.
10% above is ice cream,
The
below
whole kitchen
10%
guy
is
buy
ice
used
milk.
one.
Would you call this ice cream?
This is ice cream, it's 10%. Yeah.
Those places go out of business all the time.
Oh, absolutely.
That's very
Now-
good.
But now I'm wondering if I should do ice cream.
Okay,
I
Jeff.
can just do ice cream. You know why this is good, by the way? Why do you think this is so good? I thought it was really delicious. Why?
The taste has got some pop to it.
It's sweet, isn't it?
But it's not as sweet as like the maple walnut. It's real sweet.
Say that again? What really sweet? This is very good. Extraordinary ice cream. It's really sweet. It's good though. So what do you think? Should we make the wine ice cream?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well, everybody wants a buzz.
One of the ladies went like this. Yeah. Okay, chocolate Cabernet. If you've been to any wine stores recently, they actually sell Choco Cabernet wine. It's become very big. Sam's Club sells it like crazy, and
He used to be a teacher. I suggest you not talk in class. You're going to get hell for it afterwards.
they used to say, well, obviously, share with the class. It's more important than what we're saying. Okay, chocolate Cabernet ice cream. This is actually more of a cream ice than an ice cream. It's more of a sorbet than a full ice cream. And therefore, because it is, we use less what? Less mix, right. So, and we use more water. Very sharp class. Except for you. All right, so let's see what we have as far as ingredients. We have 38 ounces of mix, barely more than a quart. So let's take 38 ounces of a quart. That's a quart, isn't it? So let's put 38 out. Oh, so we need more than that. That's 32. So we'll add. Where's all your fancy mixing cups here? Measuring cups.
I don't know.
I got one. 38, right? We said 38?
Yes.
Okay, let's go with 36 in here. And then 36, and then 2. There we go. 38.
We run short. You can share? Okay.
Now, to the 38 ounces of mix, we need 20 ounces of water. Nobody's listening to me. I might as well be not even talking here.
Did you say something, Jeff?
Yeah. All right, so we have 38 ounces of mix. How many ounces of water do we need? We need 20 ounces of water. 20 ounces of water. I'll tell you, these are the hardest ones to come up with, these recipes. 16, 18, 20. About 20. 20 ounces of water. Two ounces. Two ounces. 2 ounces. Let's see what 2 ounces looks like. What you got there? For me? Okay, 2 ounces of Ghirardelli sweet ground chocolate powder. And sugar. 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 It's all right, I'll get it. How much sugar? Can't tell you everything. Okay, sugar. And Cabernet. Should you use the best Cabernet or the worst Cabernet? The worst.
Why?
Well, you can buy Cabernet at $30 a bottle. This is $1 a bottle. No, it's $2.67 a bottle. Pretty good, huh? Because when it's put in here, you don't have to have good Cabernet. What's that question in the back? Ha.
It's in his book.
It's in the book. Okay, a little bit of this. Now, if I were in my store, what would I be doing? Zip, done. Okay, he's back. Okay, so we have, let's go over the ingredients again. We have the mix, the Cabernet, we're going to add 2 bottles. Water. Okay, we're there. We are there. This is an amazing taste. This is really weird. Now, will this take a long time to freeze or a short time to freeze? Why? Sugar, and of course, alcohol is sugar, right? Okay, so here we go. Gotta laugh at yourself. You don't have to laugh at me, but you gotta laugh at yourself. Okay, now, why am I dumping this in here? Right, get all that expensive chocolate powder. So do you all know the 2-cork trick? This is great. You take 2 corks. You put them like this. Let me just dry my hands. You put them like this. And then, very slowly, they're like that. Piece of cake, right? Who's got $10 in their pocket? Very slowly, watch, very slowly. Who thinks they can do it? You can do it, right? Can't even catch him. Okay. That's the famous 2-cork trick. This is Walmart, $2.67 a bottle. I make a lot of wine stuff. I make white chocolate Pinot Grigio, chocolate Cabernet. I make an amazing sangria.
And he's modest beyond years.
What should this be on, Chief?
What are you making?
Sorbet.
Full speed.
Did your customers like know which wine they wanted or whatever they wanted? They let you know which one was like their favorite?
Before I made them? How would they know?
You might have thrown it out there that,
Well, I'll tell you, that's
make it, and they said, well, this is my favorite.
it's a good question, and the key is to use the right wines. I wouldn't use a Chablis. It's dry, and it's you know, everything in ice cream, in my opinion, should be sweet. So I use the sweet wines. Pinot Grigio, great sweet wine. So I made a white chocolate. What do you think I use in that? The Ghirardelli, right, the Ghirardelli white chocolate. And then I take white chocolate chips and throw them in the machine. It crushes them up. So you have white chocolate Pinot Grigio. It's really good. And with wines, the Cabernet, I make Merlot chip. Whoa. Whoa, that's good stuff. Merlot chip, really good. Okay, now, if you want to learn how to juggle these, watch closely. You got that 2-cork trick done, babe?
I did do it once, but I can't.
Right, right. I did a figure 8 once on the ice rink. Oh, you weren't there to see it. Okay, what else should we do now? That's going to take a bit. I'm sorry, Ken, I keep going. That was good banana ice cream, wasn't it?
Finally.
Yeah.
Finally, I get a compliment.
You know, we vote for the ice creams at the end. That's how we know if we're doing okay. And first we'll start off with the avocado ice cream. You raise your hand, you're dead. What else? So as far as wines, you know, make what you like. The sangria, I take maraschino cherries and fresh black cherries, like the kind he used in the bag, and I dump them in, and man, can't be beat. It's so full of fruit and sangria. It's excellent. It's my favorite one. Now I'll give you a tip. Tip that'll save you $10,000. Oh, right. Come on. Like get off the turnip truck? All right, here's what I do. When you make ice cream, as you saw, we all made lots of ice creams today. There's always a little extra left in the machine. And after you've got, I use 1-gallon containers. So after I draw it off, I close my containers, I put them in the freezer, there's always a little left. So what I was doing is eating it. But then really, but you can't keep doing that. It's like that lady. Right. So here's an idea I came up with, and it's made me, I don't know, $15,000, $20,000 a year. Always, I mean never. You take the ice cream that's left and you put it into a gallon container. Maybe it takes up that much room. And you put it in the freezer. The next flavor, you do this, you bring it out and you do the same thing. And you give it a little swirl. The next flavor, the same thing. And you know what you have when you're done? When you're done, you have Mystic Super Mix. And you put it on the specials board. And they all say, what is it? And you say, it's a combination of all our ice creams. Every spoonful is going to be different. And I got to tell you, if it's not number one, it's close. Wow. They buy it. And it's a great idea.
Other people call it the kitchen sink.
Whatever, but it's a hell of an idea.
Yes, it
works.
It does work.
So we've at times called it the Mystic Blend, Mystic Super Mix, Mystic Supremo, whatever. It doesn't matter. We have a board with specials. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these boards, 2 with regular ice cream flavors, 3 with adult flavors. And then we have a specials board like that with tonight's specials on it. And that's what we put our mix on. And it sells out like that. So instead of throwing that away, how many servings do you get out of a gallon? How many ounces are there in a gallon? 128. There's 128 ounces. If you're giving 12 ounces to a person, then what do you got? 10 servings? $6? hello, 60 bucks that you wouldn't have gotten. And you sell 2 a night, 120, figure even $100 a night, 7 nights a week from throwing it out. Not bad. So you can tip me for that idea. It's a good idea. It's worth a lot of money.
Do you
You're
need
not
to put
going to
this
tip,
in?
are you? I can tell. You just no tip.
Mr. Wonderful, do you need to put this in?
I'm done with this.
Okay.
Dip your finger in that. Tell me how unbelievable that is.
Oh, that is.
Isn't that insane?
That is great stuff.
And my Frankenstein, which is my chocolate ice cream, tastes like that.
Wow.
Amazing.
Paul is dying to try this, so
Try what?
this ice cream. So make sure that
The
you get
chocolate
some.
Cabernet?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else do you have to show over here? We're coming to the end.
Okay, to the end. If anybody wants a copy of the book, let me know. They're normally $50, $3.50, which includes shipping. But since I don't have to ship it, I just have to hand it to you. It's $50 because I spend $3.50 on shipping. So those are available today. And the boot camp. Just to go over the boot camp with you while the ice cream's being made. What's that? Of course, of course, of course. Great. Anybody got a book? Any kind of book. Here. You can have this book. You didn't want one of my books, did you? What are you, insane? That's $50.
I bought one, and it doesn't have the Cabernet chocolate.
No, I'm about to give you that one. It's chocolate Cabernet. That's why you didn't find it in there. So the boot camp. I'm serious. If you want to open a store, do this because this will save you a career, perhaps. It's a full day, so it's not for the weak of heart. But just to go over the things that we're going to cover in it, complete startup costs for your store, not anybody's store, your store. Finding and scouting a location. Scouting a location, very tricky, but boy, will that save you in the long run. Legal options. Do you all know yet what you're going to do as far as a corp or an S corp, a LLC, a partnership, a sole ownership? I see a lot of clouds here. You have all those options, and it's very simple. How much lead time? When are you going to open your store? You don't know. You got to know. When are you going to open? Okay. Why are you here?
I want that machine there to make it.
Okay. There. See, he wants that for his house.
Yeah, I know. We spoke on the phone.
The regulations, licenses, permits, you got to know that stuff, but it's easy. The equipment, what you need, and as I always say, more importantly, what you don't need, because you don't need a lot of it. The initial supplies that you're going to need to stock your shelves with before you open, and the inventory that you're going to need to keep on hand. Lists of suppliers, where do I get all this stuff? I'll show you where you get it. Little thing on the bottom, money, how to make it, how to count it, how to keep it. All 3 different things. You'll learn about your store organization, your inventory, advertising, promotion. Save yourself a lot of money there and get maximum exposure. Hiring and keeping employees and how to fire them. Daily money handling. How many of you have worked the register before? So if you haven't, you got to know that. And you got to know how to balance it at the end of the night, how to make your deposit at the end of the week. Sales tax. We won't go into that here, but we'll go into it. So that's it. That's the boot camp. It's $500 a person, $750 husband and wife, and no cheating like, oh, that's my wife, you know.
Okay, and this course, of course, is free. And we'll be doing another one in October, so keep tuned to
October
our
10th.
website, emerythompson.com. We have 50 YouTubes up there of different flavors, about 37 hours of instruction like this. We have additional videos that cover more things, 6 of them, that we can send out to you. You just fill in the form at our website and we'll get them sent out to you right away. And you can call here and ask for me, Steve Thompson, anytime you like, and we'll answer your questions. As soon as we pull out this batch, we're going to be finished, and we're going to give the studio audience a quick tour of the factory. We'll invite you to come along, and we'll just show you a little bit of how they're made. We're in the main assembly building at Emery Thompson over here. Across the street is where we do all the most of the machining.
I didn't know that.
And also the panels and everything else. So we're not going to tour that facility, but we'll show you this one today. So thank you for tuning in, and we're going to be almost ready for another ice cream.
Oh boy.
Sorbet.
Who's ready for more ice cream? We always get that at the end, right?
Yes, it's funny. When they come in at 9 a.m., we've been here
I
since
can eat
9
all the
a.m.
ice cream.
So when they come in at 9 a.m., everybody wants free ice cream, and by 2 o'clock it's, no, please don't make any more. You can see how easy that is to clean. You just throw some hot water in there and rinse it out. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. Then you can throw everything in the, yeah, that's it. And then you can throw everything in the dishwasher if you like. Everything can go in the dishwasher.
So you take that stuff out from there?
Yes. Yeah. I'll show you. It just, that's all there is. Blades are spring loaded and Emery Thompson exclusive. So instead of like that unmentionable name Capajani, where you have to change the blades every 6 months, these are going to be about 5 or 6 years before changing, because as they wear, and everything in a machine wears, but as these wear, the blades will still throw, the springs will throw the blades out against the walls. So at 4 years and 11 months, it's going to run just as efficiently as it did the first day you got it. And these 2 polymer blades are quite inexpensive. That's all stainless steel. That just goes right in here like this. And then the door goes on. That's all there is to it. Very, very simple machine. And that barrel, as I mentioned, is 6 times thicker than any other machine on the market. So that's why you can put the nuts and cookies and candies in. And all the other machines on the market last 8 to 11 years. The way we know that so specifically, 8 to 11 years, is because they're using around the cylinder walls, that doesn't touch the ice cream, but the source of cold is all going through aluminum tubing. Aluminum tubing is one ninth the cost of copper, but it wears out in 8 to 11 years. You get a pinhole, the whole thing is shot. It's because it's rotting throughout the whole machine. So another machine in 8 years, 8 to 11 years, you're going to throw it away. Emery Thompson only uses pure copper throughout everything. It's obviously more expensive for me, but I'm building the best machines that have ever been created. So the Freon lines and everything else are never going to wear out. The motors we use, the compressors we use are the most efficient that you can get, energy efficient on the market. The simplicity of the machine speaks for itself. I think you've seen today that you too can make ices and ice cream and gelato quite simply. And like Jeff, you can add your creativity to it. And that's it. That's the 3-quart. This is 6-quart. This is 12. The 24 looks exactly like this, except the barrel's twice as deep. And then the 44, which is the world's largest production batch freezer, which you'll see out in the factory, is about 2.5 times as big as this. We sell that to dairies, or we sell it to ice cream parlors that have become very large. And then like yours, because you're on the cusp, if you were doing more flavors and had to make, say, a lot of vanilla, a lot of strawberry, because they were the biggest sellers, and you don't have either one, or you don't have the vanilla, you would make, you'd use the biggest machine to crank out lots of vanilla, and you'd use this machine to do your specialty flavors, thus saving you time and labor. But your best bet, the way you have all the specialty flavors in your book, is another one of these, another 24. And then just stagger the start. The Italian ice people run these, they have 20 or 30 of them in a row. Right. And all they do is just stagger the start by 10 seconds, because the machines are all very consistent, and they just go down a line starting them.
Now, did you give out the tickets yet for the
Yes.
free drawing for the machine?
No, there's no free drawing for the machine. No.
There's no free drawing?
No. we give away our heart and soul, but not our machines. Nice try. So how are we looking? Getting there.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful. What a great flavor. What? For the what?
He can't hear you. You said free. It's not in his vocabulary. Free boot camp, she said.
Ah.
What?
Well, if you want to come, your boot camp starts at 10 o'clock at night and goes to 7 in the morning.
I'm telling Rose.
Rose, she died in a horrible plane crash.
You know, I want to tell you about what Jeff is wearing, because the first time he came in here, he came in a tie-dye shirt that was fantastic, and that's when I nicknamed him Tie-Dye Jeff. Well, since then, he's become rich and famous, or at least in his own mind, and he now has these custom-made in California by a lady, and they really are beautiful. They're just a work of art, the color. And
she makes these too.
And the bandana.
And like I told them before, I have 4 or 5 employees, and I have 25 aprons because I just keep buying them from her.
Now, if we could just get him a Volkswagen microbus playing Abbey Road non-stop, he'd be perfect. Yeah, I forgot to clean this out. So
I should have done it.
We'll do that real quick.
Is that the avocado?
It looks like pea soup.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's been in there for a while.
Get a chisel. Okay, we're there. It's a nice color.
Oh, things got quiet.
Okay, if anybody wants some.
It looks good. Paula wants some.
Okay, here, give this to Paula, Ken, with a spoon. Hold it. Here we go. And a spoon. You've probably never tried anything like this.
If anybody wants the avocado recipe, I have extras.
You're welcome. Oh, I just sold a 57 Chevy pickup last week. What? Yeah. Oh, that's true. I card everybody in my store. Bowls, bowls, bowls.
Over there.
I got 'em.
By the
I got
sign
'em.
that says frozen lemonade.
I got them. We're okay. Everybody have it? What? Ah. That's refreshing.
That's the great thing about a sorbet, is it's so refreshing.
Yeah. Oh. A tad bit.
And can you imagine you could make this for a private party, sell someone a party tub, as they call
Well,
it.
New Year's Eve, between Thanksgiving and New Year's Eve, we make champagne, which is a big seller. We sell gallons and gallons of it.
Wow.
Okay, now I did 2 rinses in this, so we'll see how it's coming along.
What's that?
That was the water from the avocado.
Oh, just put it here. It's okay.
Yeah. It was too far to walk to the sink. Now take a look at that. 2 rinses, just 2 warm rinses, and that's it. How easy is that? You know, if you own a soft ice cream machine out there, you're just kicking yourself because it takes an hour to clean them. But our batch freezer is nothing to it. And like all the other designs, there it is, the spring-loaded design again. Just very simple and works
It's
beautifully.
ingenious.
Just very few parts. So we're going to take everybody out to the factory and show them how we build them. Now we just finished up a run of the CB350s, and we do everything in production runs. So we'll make 20 or 30 of the CB350s, and then now we're switching over this week to build CB200s, and we hand make everything. And one important thing that you'll see also is that every single machine gets tested for 3.5 hours. So when it leaves here, we know it's running perfectly. So we'll go around this way. Again, these are the CB200s being built. And over here, this is where we build the 12s, 24s, and 44s. There's a lot of sub-assemblies that go on, so it's not just putting a machine together. We can put together a machine in 5 days, but the sub-assemblies take about 2 to 3 months. All the hand machining of the castings for the front doors, getting in the Copeland compressors, the American-made motors, creating and forming the freezing cylinder. There's a lot that goes on before it gets to this point. We've just cleared out a whole bunch of machines that we'll show you when we turn around. That's why it looks empty at the moment, but we're usually very busy. So we'll go over here. This is what we were building this week, and they're just getting ready to ship out. So you can see they're all crated and ready to go. They're going to all sorts of different locations around the world. This is a 44 quart. This is the world's largest production batch freezer. That's going to make 11 gallons of ice cream in the same amount of time that the little machine that we use today made, about 10 minutes or a little less. These are 24 quarts. The barrels are longer than what we made today, and that will make 2 3-gallon tubs in about 8 minutes. Everything is Copeland compressors. Copeland are made in Sydney, Ohio, made in the USA, considered the world's best. This is the cylinder size that we were using today. That's a 12 quart. Now that began as a flat piece of plate stainless steel. And then we roll it, and then we heliarc weld it, and that forms the freezing cylinder. And that front door is so heavy, we have to put on a solid brass ring just to hold the door. It hinges open this way. And that'll all be wrapped in about 85 feet of double wrapped copper tubing, which, as I mentioned, will never wear out. And then the back wall is welded on. If you know anything about welding, the weld is actually stronger than the metal. So that barrel is for a lifetime. We've never replaced an Emery Thompson barrel. They just don't wear out. And again, the average life of our machines is 45 years. We know they last longer than that. I have machines at the University of Maryland that are 80 years old. I've got machines equally as old around the world, but we peg it at 45. That seems to be a good number. This is just finished, and it doesn't tell me where it's going, but that's a 24 quart with the infinite overrun control. On here, I don't know if the camera will pick it up, but we have on here what's called a QR code. And that's something new that I thought up, of using QR technology. It's kind of like a barcode, but you can take your smartphone and scan it and then open it up, and it takes you to the Emery Thompson help desk. So even though we're available till 9 o'clock at night, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., you can scan this at 2 in the morning if you need to know what you're doing wrong with your machine and how to correct it immediately. So no matter where in the world you are, by just scanning that, you're at our help desk. You can also reach it if you've got an older machine by going to emerythompson.com, and it'll be right there. So that's a pretty handy thing that we've added onto. Over the years, I work on improving the machines, improving the welding techniques, the materials that we use. We never do anything to cheapen the product. We can get our price for the machine because we build such a high quality product. But when you talk about price, we come out less than any other company because you're buying direct from us. You're not going through a dealer. If you go through a dealer, you have to add 33% markup because the factory has to make money, the dealer has to make money, and then they sell it to you. We go from factory to you, and we do that and have done it for 108 years because, quite frankly, we know more about our machines than anyone. So I don't want to have someone who sells, ovens and mixers and deep fat fryers selling you a batch freezer because they just aren't going to know enough about it. We'd rather you come right to us, the source of information. Luke is welding up the frames for the machines. Hello. And after he welds them up, we then send them out in the park to the powder coater, where instead of just painting them, we have them powder coated. The paint is electrostatically put onto the metal. It'll never come off, and we get a much better quality fit and finish on the machine by doing that. So when we build a machine, we build it either in one of our 2 factories, or we do it in Brooksville, Florida itself, or we do it in another source in Florida or the United States. There's not one machine, not one part in this machine that's coming from China, and there never will be. Hi, Dial. Okay, we won't touch them. Here we're polishing. Dial has ground out the cylinder here to put the head ring on it, and then he's polishing the cylinder so that we get a nice clean finish on that. And that will become the freezing cylinder. We'll put the head ring on it, and then we'll wrap this one in about 120 feet of continuous copper tubing. The copper tubing is seamless, so it can never develop a leak. It's impossible. And it will last, the copper will last well over 100 years. Watch your step here. If you can just peek back here with the camera, the casting starts off as a rough sand casting, and then we have 25 hours of machining that goes into it, and then another 3 hours of hand polishing until it gets to this beautiful shiny finish. And when this machine is all finished, that will stay looking like that forever. And it's just never going to wear out. And it has that large gate that slides up and down to let the ice cream out. Look at the size of that opening. That's the 44 quart. That means you're going to get the ice cream out of the machine quickly, which translates into absolutely perfect consistency, because you get the ice cream out so fast, unlike other machines with small openings where if it takes you 2 or 3 minutes to get it out, it's going to affect the quality of the ice cream. It's not going to weigh the same between the first and the last. If I can discharge it in 35 seconds, it's all the same. And that's about 35 pounds of cast stainless steel. That's our Rolls-Royce emblem. A lot of people compare us to Rolls-Royce. I have to tell you, I think we're a better quality because they don't test every car for 3.5 hours like we test every machine. We don't have one in testing right now, but right here is a large tank of sugar water to simulate Italian ice. And we run this through the machines. Italian ice is harder on the machine than ice cream, so we test with Italian ice, batch after batch after batch of every machine that leaves here, so that when it leaves here, we know it's all set up right, it's ready to run, and that's how we do it, every single machine. We have parts going back on our machines 50 years, so that if you ever need a part, no matter which country you're in, if you're in the United States of America, I can have a part on your desk tomorrow by 8:30 tomorrow morning, whatever you need. It's in stock. If you're in a foreign country, if you're in Bolivia or Kenya or Shanghai or Sri Lanka, I can have the part there in 2 days from when you call us up. A lot of companies, they don't have the parts. You might have to wait weeks or even months. Well, a machine that you have to wait weeks to get it up and running does you no good at all. We have everything in stock that we build. And that's basically our tour. I wish, thank you for coming. And again, tune into emerythompson.com. We'll be doing more seminars. Take a look at our 50 YouTubes. I think you'll find them helpful for different flavors. Gotta bribe the talent. That's one of her favorite things. There we go. Oh yeah, now she'll settle in.